how you get there. And choosing the right airline
is so important. Take food, for instance.
When was the last time you chose an airline for the meals you're served?
Having the world's most awarded in-flight entertainment certainly helps.
Well, here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting
Oh my
present.
gosh, this seat is so comfortable.
Emirates Premium Economy. Maybe one day all airlines will have seats like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you desire, you always deserve to fly better.
Don't you just love the fresh mountain air?
Or the excitement of a new city. Or beautiful warm water with sand beneath your feet. But travel isn't just about where you're going. It's how you get there. And choosing the right airline
is so important. Take food, for instance.
When was the last time you chose an airline for the meals you're served?
Having the world's most awarded in-flight entertainment certainly helps.
Well, here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting
Oh my
present.
gosh, this seat is so comfortable.
Emirates Premium Economy. Maybe one day all airlines will have seats like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you desire, you always deserve to fly better.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good early evening, realistically, at this point. Welcome to Meydan for the final and 14th time at the Dubai Racing Carnival. We've got plenty to look forward to on the card, and the Jockeys Championship heating up just as much the action on the track. It's 42-38, Tygo O'Shea to Connor Beasley. Ty just starting to pull away, both of them in action in all 9 races on the card. Great to have the purebred Arabians have our feature, the Mazra Al Rawaya, the first time it's run on turf, the first turf group race at Meydan in their history, their short enough history, but a momentous step nonetheless. That's one of our feature. It's competitive handicaps pretty much from here on out. A really interesting 3-year-old conditions event as well. Destructive looking to try and book his place at the Dubai World Cup meeting, which is 3 weeks and a day away from all of that to come. But first, we're going to do it one more time. 9 races coming your way.
This week, it is the 14th and final meeting of the Meydan Carnival. Race 1 sees Eros de la Garde look to defend after his clever victory last time out. He steps out for career start number 19 for rider Connor Beasley and trainer Ibrahim Al-Hadrami. Well, 3 weeks ago, it was a very impressive win by McManaman for Doug Watson and Patrick Dobbs. He steps up in grade and looks to continue on his winning streak. Well, a change of scenery here for the George Bowie trained Koi Koi. He makes his way back to the 1200 metres for his first run in the UAE down the straight. Let's have a look into the schedule for tonight's meeting. 9 races, kicking off with our first ever turf race for the purebred Arabians at Meydan, the Mazra Al Rawaya at Group 2 level. We kick off then with a maiden over the 1200 metres, followed by an 1800 metre turf event, the Dubai Marina over the 1900 on dirt, the downtown Dubai over the mile on turf is our 5th race, followed there by handicaps throughout the rest of the program. The Dubai Hills Estate over the 1900 on dirt, the Dubai Creek Harbour over 1200. We head to the 1400 metres on dirt for our penultimate event and stay at that distance but switch surfaces to the turf for the Arabian Ranches. Let's have a look who won't be joining us this evening. Race 1, number 12, Only Smoke, comes out here for Al Hamadi and Richard Mullen. We are joined, though, by the first emergency. The remaining emergencies don't get a start. 18 in Kath, 19 Al Gabra, and the 20 in Jap Haddad. Race 3, emergencies out, state event, Coast Sky, City King, and Assad, 17, 18, 19, 20. Radan is removed from the 4th event. Over to race 7, the 17 Shaimei, 18 Ashka Asa, 19 Harvest Gold, and 20 Shanagai City, all failed to gate a start. And in the 9th, Papacito will come out for Doug Watson and Sheikh Abaid. We will have the first emergency join us there. 18 Al Zabia, the 19 Raz Al Had, and the 20 Point Given all failed to get a run. Looking into the jockey changes, Al Laith will make his way into the field for race number 1. Ben Cohen to pick up the ride for Al Mahebi. And race 9, number 17, Sandro Paiva will jump aboard Hasim for Masaba Al Mahiri. Here's the track going for our meeting here tonight, the 8th of March. Good to firm the entire circuit.
So the final preview of the Dubai Racing Carnival as well. We've had 14 of them. And this man, well, you've been nearly all of them, Pat. There's been certain days where you haven't been required, and we've had plenty of presenters, but your insight always well valued.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. It's I'd like to hopefully have some input whatsoever, but look, it's again my first season here, so I think as I've been able to go through the season, I guess the knowledge has got a little bit better every week. But yeah, look, it's amazing that we're at the 14th meeting here at Meydan, and we're at the final meeting of the Carnival before we do get to Dubai World Cup in only a few weeks' time. But fair to say it's been a great Carnival, and you know we've had plenty of highs and plenty of momentous occasions. I think for people watching on, it's been a great season for a number of trainers. I think whether the other competitors would agree or not, the reign of Charlie Appleby and the Godolphin team has been something to admire. You know, they've had a great team, been able to take out quite a few major races this season so far, and it's always a pleasure to see the Royal Blue in action.
Absolutely is. Not seeing too much Royal Blue this week, however, though. Should we give it one final bash? 9 races here at Meydan. Let's go into race 1, which is the first turf Arabian race run at Meydan. The Mazra Al Rawaya used to be run on dirt, now on turf, and some fascinating contenders in here. Heras de Lagarde, AF Makam, we know them well from the Liwa Oasis at Abu Dhabi. In fact, plenty of horses from that race have taken the trip, and Eklil Athbar as well, a notable one. And we have a full field going to post for this. Only smoke has come out, so the first reserve does get in, and Ben Cohen is on Al Laith. Right, I mentioned the Liwa Oasis, and we've got plenty of refugees, if you will, who have come from that race. Some of them, I think, are very much going to benefit from the extra 200 metres they're getting here.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see them head around, I guess, left-handed as well for the first time on grass. That's not something that they would have had the opportunity of doing so far. So it does bring a different element, but I'd say the grass form from Abu Dhabi is the key form element that we're going to see, I guess, shine through here. As we see here, Heras de Lagarde was very impressive in his ability to take that race out. And there's been, I guess, quite a bit of quality in behind that. Hopefully we see that race shine through here this evening. I definitely agree it's one of the key form lines to be looking at here.
I think Heras de Lagarde's going to be tough to beat, to be honest. I think stepping up and trip shouldn't be a problem to him. Just has to navigate a slightly sticky draw, but I think he will.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely got to be considered among the hopefuls here. I think if you go back and actually look at the race as a whole, I do feel that the run of AF Makam needs to be respected. The runs didn't appear, I guess, like they probably will here at Meydan with a much bigger track. We've got a longer run in. That's going to add another element. I think the big factor with Abu Dhabi is it's such a tight turning track, and if you are caught towards the inside there, you are caught in a bit of a sticky position. At the 600, you have to make that decision as a rider as to whether or not you're going to ride the rail for luck, which when you're contesting against these higher grade Arabians, they do tend to ride the corners a little bit better than these lower ones. So it's either ride for luck or course around wide, which can see you going, 10, 11, 12 deep on most of these fields, especially if you've got a capacity field. So I think Makam's got to be given a fair bit of respect here. And Ernst Ortel's really started to hit his straps here in recent weeks. The stable are having a very good second half of the season. So I'm in the corner of AF Makam to go over the top here of Heras de Lagarde. And I think the draw for AF Makam's a little bit better, but Heras de Lagarde's got to be respected, and I can understand why you've got him on top.
And Ernst Ortel, Khalid Khalif Al Nabuda and Tiger Shea in the winners yesterday as well.
Yeah, look, they had some really good performers as well. AF Rami was able to go on and win as well, and I think it was AF El Hazi as well who was able to pick up a deserving win after, I think he won 3 starts before that by 8 lengths, same track, trip and grade, so he was able to come back and do exactly the same thing. But again, the Ortel team are flying at the moment, and they've got to be given a lot of respect here with both of their runners, including AF Makam and AF Al Ajaj.
Right, a maiden up next. First race of the Thoroughbreds, the first of 8 on the card for the Thoroughbreds, the Oasis. And there he is again, Mezzo Tinto. He's still a maiden after 20 some odd starts, but it'll be interesting to see how he takes on this straight course. Stablemate Sikorsky's an interesting contender here. Home from home as well for Adri De Vries and Ismail Mohammed. Full fields, there are plenty in here. Mohiba, the really interesting filly here. Ben Cohen, Michael Costa teaming up once again. Now, I mentioned Mezzo Tinto. This was actually a really, really creditable run. My one problem with it is it was 1,600 metres and it was on dirt. This is a completely different scenario.
Yeah, it is. That's the thing that I think Mezzo Tinto has got to worry about, considering that he is a horse that does like to race up on speed, is when he gets back to these 6 furlong trips, is he going to have that electricity to find that roll? And he may just be I've got a feeling he might not be as sharp as a few of these other horses, and that may leave him slightly exposed. But look, he was brave enough to stick on like he did in behind Naya. I think Naya looks a nice horse going forward. We'll see some of those form lines line up a little bit later on in the program as well. But I agree with what you said, Anthony, in regards to Meydan. I think she's the interesting filly here, because not only have we not seen her at Meydan yet, but she comes into this as a filly with, I guess, the conditions to, suit her a little bit more. She carries less weight being a filly. And look, she's got to navigate a wide draw, but I do feel that she didn't take the hill as well as you would have hoped last time out. Whether she was on the right part of the track or not, that's another argument. But I feel that she is a filly that will probably appreciate a flatter surface here at Meydan, and I think that may add another bit of another element to her form here. So I'm hoping to see her improve here, especially third up for the season.
Yeah, I'm just looking for untapped potential, to be honest, because there isn't a massive amount in there. Some of them just waiting for the right opportunity. I think, hopefully, Meydan might be able to break her maiden at the third attempt, something that some of these will never be able to say, because they're still running in these.
So we are in the same corner here, Meydan in the second?
Yes, Meydan in the second. I think we're going to start deviating fairly soon as we move on to more established horses, taking in another handicap. Race 3, we can take a look at the participants for the Valley. It's over 1,800 metres, laser guided. If he can get the stalls right, I think he's got a proper chance. Simon and Ed Crisford and Ben Cohen. Maplewood, one of our Dubai Racing Carnival winners this year, from Eye on the Prize, your rear poses. Poster Paint, very interesting second up back on the turf. Law of Nature, we know what he was able to do just 3 weeks ago. Mustawa, I think there's a bigger effort. I just worry about the trip for him once again. Silver Jubilee, well, Pat Dobbs is going to have to do something of a San Donato like he did on those colours in the Zabil Mile, probably staying on. But I mentioned Poster Paint, Pat, and that's a particularly key bit of form, because we got a few of them in here. He came off best of them, albeit he got run down late by a horse, well, we know what he went on to do on Emirates Super Saturday.
Yeah, and I think dropping back to 1,800 metres looks a more effective trip for a horse like him. So, look, it's just going to be a matter of, does he get pestered in the middle stages of the race or not? If he gets left alone to his own devices, you've got an opportunity for a rider like Sandro Paiva, who we've seen do well at Meydan so far this season on front runners. Just get that ability to get them rolling and hopefully have something in the locker for them late. So look, I think he definitely has claims here in this event. I think Maplewood was a good win as well. Very tough, had to stave them off in the late stages. I'd say there were a few unlucky runners in behind Maplewood there, and a few that would have certainly got their chance. But look, I'm going to lean towards a horse that I have been with the last couple of starts. I think this is not so much of I feel that this horse on form lines is the best. I just think this horse is very deserving of a victory. And at the corner last time out, you could have told, honestly, under Ben Cohen, Law of Nature at the 500 metre mark looked like he was going to go past and win by 5 lengths. And he just seemed to flatten out a little bit over 2,000 metres. I think 1,800 metres could be a bit more of an effective trip. And if you do get a horse like Poster Paint and a couple of horses go up and, I guess, inject a bit more tempo into this event, he's a horse that could be sitting maybe 5th, 6th, 7th in the run, and hopefully is rolling into the race at the right time. So I'll stick with Law of Nature here. Loses no admirers with Richard Mullen jumping on board.
No, absolutely not. If I recall, he was the horse that could have won you the last time we went head-to-head in the tipping challenge, and I think you were counting your money pretty much, as you say, at the top of the straight. Yeah,
look, I definitely was. I thought at the corner, we were coming down head-to-head there into the last race. I thought maybe he could be the one to do it. I genuinely, at the 500 metre mark, like if you were looking at it from that point of view, there was no other horse in the field that you would want to be in the corner of. But yeah, unfortunately he just flattened out a little bit. So dropping back to the 9, I think is a good thing.
The race I'm looking forward to most on the evening is the 3-year-old conditions race, race 4 on the card, because we've got something of a potential narrative in here. If Destructive wins this, Michael Bell has said we will hope for an invitation to the UAE Derby. Pat Cosgrave taking the ride. Ben Cohen apparently can't do the weight, even though his lowest weight is, he has ridden lower in the last 12 months, but absolutely no shame in that. He's a tall man. Guns and Glory, first time headgear for Tiger Shea and Bupat Seymour. Very interesting runner on just the third start. And you've got the likes of Tokyo Tower, who was behind Destructive when they met in the listed Albastikaya. And we can take a look back at this, although we are watching the straight, and what we have just missed is a monumental effort from Destructive to get into a challenging position, having broken slowly and been out the back.
Yeah, it was a decent enough performance, wasn't it? He, as you said, was on the back foot from the get-go, 5 lengths behind the rest of the field, and being a horse that we know likes to race confidently up on the pace, he was on the back foot from the get-go. And I do feel that the way that he stuck on, I think the best thing we can see out of it was a race that didn't go to plan, but it does show that he is a horse who handles the dirt here at Meydan. Now, the first race was a learning experience. The second one didn't go to plan, but we did see noticeable improvements despite the fact that he was ridden upside down. Not to the fault of anyone, just unfortunately, not to the fault of anyone apart from the horse who missed the kick. But look, I think on the proviso that he's able to jump from that wide draw, because again, he's in a position where the start is going to be everything. You're going to be holding your breath to make sure that he jumps on terms, because he can be a nightmare at the gates. Can Destructive. He's not the most friendly customer, that's for sure. But if they can keep him settled, they can get him in, and Pat Cosgrave can get him jumping out of the gates and not having to do too much work. If he's leading or in the first couple by the time we get to the post, he's going to be in a very, very nice position. And then it's all going to come down to watching those sectionals through the middle stages of the races to see whether or not he's having to do a bit too much work and overexert himself. But if he has enough chance to, I guess, maybe shut off, fill the lungs up through the middle stages, I see him winning the race. Completely. I see him winning the race, and I see him as a worthy... I think he's a worthy element to be adding to this year's Derby in a few weeks' time. So looking forward to seeing how he goes. I've made him my nap for the evening. Yeah, I'm in complete agreement. I think it's just a start, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's his third run now on dirt. He hopefully has taken enough from it. Yeah, 13 is a potential worry, but if he's quick out and he can dictate the race, I don't think there's a classier horse in the race, on what we've seen so far at least. Back to the turf now for our next handicap. And I'm looking forward to this one in particular. It's over 1,600 metres. We got some horses dropping back from Group Company, the likes of Nibras Passion, Ajus Fiscal and El Patriota. Great to see them. A rare turf run for El Patriota. You've got the likes of McManaman in there, Nibras Angel, McManaman. We all remember what Gary Alsop was like in his celebrations in week 11. I'd imagine he'll be doing the same if McManaman can take the step up in trip in his stride. Some really interesting contenders, another nice big field over the 1,600. My query about McManaman would be 1,400 absolutely ideal for him. This race behind where he track changing colours in from a low draw, absolutely ideal. I don't know if he's going to get the same setup, and I think he's vulnerable in the closing stages. I can understand that. I think he had every possible chance to win that race. It was a 10 out of 10, maybe even an 11 out of 10 ride by Pat Dobbs to be able to get him into that position to shut off. He saved all the ground, and then when the two broke away at the turn, he was just able to ease off, and there was plenty of room for him to come through. So, look, I totally understand that McManaman's probably going to be up against it if he does struggle a little bit here, because he's not only going up in grade, but he's also going up in distance. He does strike me as a horse, though, looking at his results, he's been working towards that win. I do feel that he is one horse here that I guess we can probably still see some progression from. We haven't really seen him fire, until the later part of the season. A lot of these horses have been up for quite a while racing, since we began the season. So I'm really hoping to see McManaman step up. Again, I've got him on top. It's a low confidence race for me. I thought there was probably 4 or 5 horses you could go with. And I know you're in the corner of a horse that I actually tipped a few weeks ago. And I think he's a massive chance off a rating of 100 as well.
Yeah, I think probably will go close. Was that Nibras Passion?
Royal Dubai.
Royal Dubai. I don't know if I did go for Royal Dubai.
Oh, okay. Maybe we didn't. Maybe you didn't go for Royal Dubai. I was looking at the sheet before. Maybe someone's gone Royal Dubai. I thought Royal Dubai was a chance here. So I think he's another horse that has got to be given a lot of respect. Nibras Passion the same. I think there's at least, as I said, 5, 6 horses that could be winning this race. It's one of the more open contests of the evening.
You know who did go for Royal Dubai?
Who did?
None other than the King, Sean.
Oh, there we
King,
go,
has
Sean
gone for
King.
Royal Dubai. He
Okay.
reckons the
Well, now I'm even more worried.
Well, £8 higher, no problem for the King as we move on to race 6. This was a tricky one to work out. I thought you're likely in two camps here. Lion's Mane dropping back in trip. I have slight concerns about it, but I think he might be able to dictate under Connor Beasley from a low draw. Arabian Tail drawn on the other side, but has the potential. And then you've got the likes of Branwell, who was a standing dish in these types of races before, but he probably needs a little bit further. Let's have a look at Lion's Mane, because this was a really gutsy, determined performance, and it was over 2,200 metres. He's going to need the length of the straight to get past Military Option. But I just wondered if he's able to use that draw and kind of, well, dictate all the way through. He might get away with it.
I can see where you're coming from, 100%. And I think with the ace draw, it gets him every opportunity to find a really good spot here. So it wouldn't shock me to see him step up to the plate, and I guess he's sort of in that same camp as McManaman in the fact that he's obviously dropping in distance. McManaman was heading out, but more so just up in grade, and I think that there is progression there. So, look, I definitely consider Lion's Mane a top 2-3 contender for me as well. He's going to get every possible. I did lean towards Arabian Tail here. I think it was not more so from the fact that I respected that form line in that race with Karib a little earlier on, in the fact that I thought Law of Nature was another horse that deserved, a chance, and I think that race was one that, I think was strong enough to see some form coming out of it. We see it here. As we can see, Law of Nature to the outside. I thought Arabian Tail ran just as well in his ability to be able to continue on. Look, there is obviously obvious questions as to, when he switches over to the dirt here, how's he going to be going? Because we haven't seen him on the dirt since December of last year. But those two runs have suggested that he's a fit horse and he's ready to go, and he's not a slouch on the dirt either. Like he's had that opportunity and he's been able to run third on that occasion. So hopefully we see Arabian Tail continue on. Again, another one with multiple winning hopes, but I sided with Arabian Tail here.
And another race where it's Connor Beasley versus Tygo O'Shea at the top at 42.38 as it currently stands in the Jockeys Championship, because Tygo rode a couple of winners last night and is maybe starting to pull away. All of them, well, they've got 9 rides apiece, haven't they? Including in race 7. Let's have a look at the field. We're back on the straight course for the Dubai Creek Harbour. Fartik really interesting. Michael Costa mob-handed in this. You've got Koi Koi dropping back on trip. Batwan making the quick turnaround from Emirates Super Saturday down into handicap company. Vespasian, we know what he's able to do on the straight course. He steps back up in trip. Shouldn't necessarily be too much of a problem. Oldfo Al Arbad as well. Lajuj, a very interesting contender himself, and Mujdi and Chandigarh as well. This is a race I thought you could give so many chances to. Let's have a look at Vespasian and Al Arbad in action, which was on the 23rd of February. This was over the straight 1,000.
Yeah, it was. Topper Bill was too good here over Vespasian, who was a very short quote on the international market, but I had every chance to win, to be perfectly honest. He was just a bit plain late for mine. I was quite surprised as to sort of how he finished off in those late stages. He ran a good second, but I do feel that he probably had the ability there to be able to stave off a horse like Topper Bill, and he's just very disappointing. So, look, I looked at the international market this morning for this race, and I was actually very surprised at the fact that Vespasian's been, I guess, given another chance. Now, I think he's deserving of another chance. He was very good 2 starts ago, but more so from the fact that he was just very short in the market for mine, and I thought that there was plenty of value around him for horses that I think are getting, I guess, the situations to suit here. And I lent towards 2 horses here, and again, I was very surprised at the prices of them there. Koi Koi, back to the straight here, and also Ventura Rebel. To be perfectly honest with you, the international market had him 20-1, and he's a horse I'd feel would be 5-1 had he had any luck this season in his runs so far. He's been on the wrong side of the course, or he's been on the back of the wrong horse, and it just hasn't gone to plan. Now, Connor Beasley jumps on here once again, and I think he's a key booking for this horse here. No knocks on Saif Al Balushi, but I do feel Ventura Rebel's going to have a good opportunity to bring his best form here this evening, and as a result, I had him and Koi Koi as the two standouts for me. I sided with Koi Koi just over Ventura Rebel, but again, it was a coin flip between the two of them.
Yeah, I've gone for Batwan in the end. I worry about the quick backup, but he was a classy sprinter back in Europe, and I just felt back into handicap company that there might be something in it. Completely disrespected on the international markets for me. We will see.
Yeah, I think we can one thing we can agree, and opinions. Everyone's got their own opinion, but I think one thing we can agree on. I thought Vespasian was probably one of the more falser favourites here for the afternoon. I don't say that he should. I think he deserves to be in the market, but I wasn't that impressed with that run last start, and I think he's going to be one of the more vulnerable favourites this evening.
Yeah, I'd be looking to take him on personally. Let's see how we go in race 8, because we're back on the dirt. We're up to 1,400 metres for the MR South. And yes, 1,400 metres. Border Edge steps back up to this distance, having faced Al Muzan last time. Titanic battle between the two of them. Elusive Terry, very interesting. 1 race, 1 win for Bhupat Seema. Nayar, we know what he was able to achieve 3 weeks ago. He steps back in Trip, which I thought was an interesting move. Triple Venture. I mean, such a lovable horse, but he finds winning hard. And you've got the old boy, the 11-year-old in prison down at the bottom for the Orange Army as well. I mentioned Al Muzan and Border Edge having a right set too. Let's enjoy it again.
Yeah, it was a good tussle, wasn't it? And the fact that Al Muzan was able to stick on, considering that they went absolutely lightning quick early, for him to be able to do it on both ends was very impressive. Border Edge was good. He didn't go around a horse. I think it was the best losing ride of the night by Ty Gaucher. Gave the horse every possible chance to win. Al Muzan, unfortunately, was just too tough. But look, Border Edge, I think, is coming to that point from a fitness perspective where 1,400 metres shouldn't be a concern. Draws a good enough gate to be finding a nice position in running. Doesn't have to lead, but could be sitting in behind them, and I think has got to be given respect. I've gone with Border Edge on top here in the 8th event. I thought, going around that. Look, Al Muzan, I don't know how much that run would have taken out of him, to be perfectly honest. And the stable's technically not one that has a tendency to back their horses up quite well. They, Al Muzan's been, running well this season, but more so, we haven't seen them go back to back with wins so far this year. So I'm a little bit questionable about Al Muzan. The X Factor horse I wanted to give an honourable mention to was Elusive Terry. He was very good. I don't think it was the strongest of maidens. The Costa horse got scratched at the gates, and it took a lot of class out of the event. But look, he was able to still go on and win his maiden on debut, and I think he's a horse that I think will take to Meydan quite nicely. So I found it hard to split both the 4 Border Edge and the 5 Elusive Terry, but I'll stick with the 4 Border Edge just with the proven form here at Meydan already.
Yeah, absolutely. Border Edge for me. I thought stepping back to 14 was exactly what he was going to want. Now, race 9 has another slight added narrative to it, because will this finally be the time where Syed bin Saror gets his Carnival winner? I don't know the Meydan Carnival without Syed bin Saror having winners. It's been a strange experience to watch. But Wild Tiger, he's got the jockey who's clear in the standings to be, I think it's 12 times champion. I'm sorry if I'm doing you a disservice, Tiger, missing one off. And Adjiyat as well, a really interesting runner for me in here as well. The Arabian Ranchers over 1,400 metres on the turf, which will close off the card. Many a Star, interesting contender. I'm not 100% sure he wants this far or this ground. Although if the rain does come a little bit early, then Many a Star all the way. And the Caribbean as well, having another run out here for Heather Main and Charlie Bennett taking the ride off the low weight. Let's have a look at Wild Tiger. He's had a long layoff prior to this. It was the first time he was taking on 1,600 metres, having won on debut over 1,000, and I thought he did acquit himself well.
I agree. I think he was a very impressive performer here in this event, and he's got to be given a lot of hope going off this. I thought Mountbatten has, I guess, around that sort of grade of this event, sort of 65 to 85 company. I'd say Mountbatten's been, having only still won only one race, I think he's been one of the more consistent performers around that mark. So he's a good horse to have gone to the line with. They cleared away from third. So look, you'd hope to see Wild Tiger coming out and being able to back that performance up. The question remains here is, well, I think the simple way you can put it is if Wild Tiger backs that performance up, he wins this race. Going off what we've seen there and the times that they ran, slick enough to say that he'll be going on and taking this out. But again, look, you just don't know. With unfortunately, as you said, the stable just haven't really been able to hit their straps so far this season. So, look, we wish Syed bin Saror and all the team there the best with Wild Tiger. It would be wonderful to see them go out with a winner here in the final meeting of the Carnival. But look, I'm going with Wild Tiger on top. I'm hoping to see him back that up. But again, look, there are a couple of horses here that do come to mind. I thought Mount Tambora finally gets back to a respectable grade. Went from maiden to Group 3 and then to an 80 to 105. Now back to a 60 to 85. He's dropped back. He's gone from maiden up to group class and now he's back about 3 classes. So 1,400 metres, not too sure if the distance is ideal, but he can run a decent race. And the same can be said here as well for Harsim. He was obviously pretty electric down the straight, too far back and made good ground late. Goes around the corner this evening, so we'll see how he goes. But yeah, Wild Tiger for me on top. Hopefully we see Syed bin Saror taking out the last.
Fingers crossed. I've gone for Ajdi. I just feel could really be anything, and it's a stable that do particularly well with their new recruits. Right, let's recap your picks, shall we? 9 races for Pat Comerford to get stuck into, and looks like, well, you actually a pretty solid bunch, if I say.
Yeah, I was just very happy as well to see Sean King's gone 7 of the 9, 7 of my 9 as well. So good to see that I'm in line with the master of the master of the master. AF McCalm on top in the first race. Again, I thought he can turn the tables on Eros Delegade, so happy to stick with him. Mahiba the filly with the weight advantage here. I think she can go well. I think she will handle Meydan. Law of Nature was very good last time to the races. He just was a bit flat late. The drop in distance should help. Destructive's my nap for the evening. I think he has got to take this out in good fashion as well to be a strong contender for the Derby. So hopefully he can come out and hopefully he jumps. McManaman in the 5th, I'm going to stick with. Hopefully he can rise to the task up in grade. Arabian Tail in the 6th. He's got to also navigate from a wide draw. Koi in the straight. Hopefully he can run well and find the back of the right horse coming down the centre. Border Edge and Wild Tiger to take out the last race, hopefully getting Syed bin Saror that much-deserved win.
Let's have a look at mine. There's a bit of crossover there, so I'll pick out some of the ones who we haven't mentioned. Eros Delegade, I thought stepping up in trip shouldn't be a problem, hoping he goes 1,200 win, 1,400 win, 1,600 win, and gets a well-deserved success in the Mazra Al Rawaya, now run on the turf. Poster Pain, I wondered if he might just be able to make all. I think he's unexposed, but I would be a little bit worried about hassling. Destructive, I'm hoping, and is my nap of the evening as well. Nibras Angel back into handicap company. I was hopeful be able to take out race 5. Lions Mane, hoping that he dictates under Connor Beasley dictates and is able to get the jump on them and make it a proper test. Batwan, a shot to nothing in a really open race, that 1,200 metre sprint. Border Edge for the reasons that Pat went for, and Ajdi as well. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly where we're standing at the end of the Jockeys Championship with Tig and Connor. Just a very quick word on, it's been brilliant watching them week in, week out.
Yeah, it has. Connor has been able to pick up this position that obviously we know Ray Dawson had these roles with Ahmed bin Hamash and Ibrahim Al Hadrami last season, and with obviously Ray not here this season, Connor has been able to pick up these opportunities and rise to the task as well. You know, he's done such a good job, and it's been great to have that tussle. Tig didn't have the best of starts, and we know that when Tig relies quite heavily on the success of both 2 major stables in Bupat Sema and Ernst Ortel, when one of those stables doesn't have the best start that they want, it does affect an ability to be able to get those wins early. Now, as we said, Ernst Ortel's really come to the fore in his last few weeks, so he's been able to pick up quite a few wins there, and we've seen Tig have that late surge. We always knew that he was probably on the way to, and he was going to be making a late charge at the Premiership, but it's been a really good tussle down to the line, and congratulations to both riders. They've really done well this season and made the most of their opportunities as well, picking up a lot of wins as well as Connor, especially for other yards as well, getting those opportunities on second or third stringers and being able to reap the rewards there too. So looking forward to seeing how the season pans out, Anthony. But I think the interesting thing we're going to see is you look out here now and the weather is quite calm, quite blue. There's a bit of a tailwind down the straight, but other than that, you wouldn't expect that we will be potentially getting quite a bit of wet weather this evening. The question is, when will it arrive, and will it have an effect on the later races this evening?
And should I have dry cleaned my suit prior to this
Yeah, that's
meeting?
the thing. I think we might be seeing a few people duck for cover. Look, hopefully we can get through this meeting. As we've seen, Elaine has been cancelled tomorrow, so we will find out whether or not the rain will affect Sharjah on Sunday as well. But look, it's an unfortunate for Elaine. We will probably see that meeting, mostly likely that meeting will be rescheduled. But at the same time, it's one of those where I think safety's paramount, and there's going to be quite a bit of water falling here in Dubai over the next sort of 36 hours. So hopefully we can get through Meydan and everyone can get home and stay and get dry before the rain starts to pour.
Absolutely. Expect Beasley and O'Shea to be going hammer and tongs at it. They were on Emirates Super Saturday. You can check out the highlights now.
Starter likes them, and we are underway. AF Al Wajil jumping very well to the inside. Sonny DeLoop caught it well, and also catching the starter very well was Hakadu Soleil today. Jugurtha de Monlau presses on from the deep, working across here with Unleashed. Then came Farris up on the running rail. RB French Dude, Curlis Del Rock hustled along by Pat Cosgrave to be up in that first half dozen as they approach the mile peg and make their way off the front section of the course. Then came RB Rich Like Me, spotting the lead 5 or 6 lengths. Then came Zaja El Wathbar from RB second to none. Barwan is second to last, and Oss under Andrew Slattery spots the lead 15 or 16 at least as they make their way off the back part of the course. 15-1-6, 26-9-6 as they make their way onto the back part of the course here, approaching the 1,300 metres. We're out in front. AFL Wajil leads a half. Jugurtha de Monlau in second position, sits outside and applies a little bit of pressure, but no pressure at this point in time massively to this leader who's getting it to his own devices up in front. Third, Farris. Fourth was Hakadu Soleil from Sonny DeLoop, who's just being pressed along here over to the running rail. RB Rich Like Me looking for an inside run very shortly, but conserving some ground with cover. Then came Unleashed, followed by RB French Dude. He's about 10 off the speed now. Barwan tracks him. Then came Zaja El Wathbar, getting further away from the leaders with RB second to none. And the Al Ajban stable runners second last and last. Oss now passing Curlis Del Rock, who wasn't travelling, and he's now been eased out of the contest as they make their way down the side. 600 metres left to go in the Group 1 for the purebred Arabians. And AF Al Wajil just clicks it up a notch here under Tig O'Shea. Leads along next. Sonny DeLoop applying some pressure. Farris already under the stick. RB Rich Like Me still within about 4 lengths to pick up here as they swing the bend. Then came Unleashed, RB French Dude, Barwan, Hakadu Soleil. That's your race. RB Rich Like Me needs to get a hustle on here. AFL Wajil leading by a half. Sonny DeLoop starting to present on the outside. RB Rich Like Me is not going to get to these leaders here. It's a two-way tussle here in the Group 1. AFL Wajil, Sonny DeLoop getting the better here as they come to the 16th pole. Sonny DeLoop ahead. Sonny DeLoop, AFL Wajil lifting. AFL Wajil making it a very good tussle down to the line. Photo finish, not much in that. Very good finish, not leaving that. I'll leave that one to the judge. Sonny DeLoop and AFL Wajil set to go at the 1,600 metres, and we are immediately underway. Geologist was away fast. Nadelia the same, coming up to the outside. Not overworked in the early stages, but the rest of the runners happy to let Nadelia cross over to the lead. Coming up to the outside in second now, Lightning Paradise, followed there by, next in turn there was Geologist. Then came Cinderella's Dream, getting a beautiful spot in the 1-1 section. Fractions are very moderate at this point in time. Kibo Masaki, third to last from Yamama, and Onigiri from the wide draw will go back to the end. But there's only about 5 or 6 lengths top to tail. 15.29, 27.74 as they head down the back and approach the 5 furlong peg. We're out in front. Nadelia leads it at very, very easy sectionals and is travelling along well, despite being in the lead here at very, very slow fractions. The outside Lightning Paradise getting a little bit closer, maybe half a length away. Third in running there was Geologist. Now Cinderella's Dream, Buick deciding to slide out wider and make a mid-race move here. Yamama was next, followed by Kibo Masaki and Onigiri. Yeah, Buick not liking it. Actually hasn't liked it. He's lost his irons here on the favourite. He has lost the irons on Cinderella's Dream as they make their way into the straight here. So Sensation in the Jumeirah 1000 guineas here, and he comes up to the outside about a half length clear. Lightning Paradise second, Adelia in third, fourth Geologist. Yamama is fifth at this point in time, only about 3 lengths away. This will be a monumental effort here. Cinderella's Dream, Buick without the irons, still about 2 or 3 lengths clear here of Lightning Paradise. Wow, this is going to be some win. Cinderella's Dream, all has gone wrong, and she still delivers. Cinderella's Dream in a romp. 5 lengths over the Geologist. Then came Yamama into third. Emirates Super Saturday, and our second thoroughbred race for the afternoon. Set to go, we are underway. Royal Muse caught it well. Going forward there in the early stages along with Hypothetical. Laurel River wants a piece of it as well as they make their way out to the course proper. Followed there next in turn by Carib, deeper out Southern Artist, Everfast in that first half dozen. 2.5 lengths back to Quality Humour, who's deep with a back to follow. King Ottoman next from Al Jadaf, the reserve, who gets a start. Then came Justice Protocol, Swing Vote with only 3 behind him. They were Celtic Prince, Vagalam and also Asad Zabil. So 1,000 metres left to travel here in the third event on the program. Early sectionals 13.65 and 24.47 with 900 metres left to travel, and taking over the running now is Laurel River. Royal Muse allows him to cross, leading the way there. He sits second. The outside in third was Hypothetical, close enough to pounce as Barcelona tries to get him to click it up a notch. Laurel River getting ever further in front. Southern Artist fourth, fifth Everfast from Carib Al Jadaf. Then came Swing Vote, he's also getting closer. Celtic Prince, Asad Zabil. Then came Justice Protocol, Quality Humour, and probably King Ottoman's the last one who could win here, but they've all got to catch Laurel River, who turns into the straight here in the Juddmonte Farm colours, out by the best part of 8 or 9 lengths on Cardiff, who is making some chase here into the minor placings. Also making ground Everfast along with Swing Vote, but this runner is off and gone. Laurel River. Wowee, some performance here in race number 3. Laurel River is going to draw away and win this quite convincingly. 5 lengths in the last race. This winner, 7 lengths. Carib second, Everfast third, and Al Jadaf will find himself into fourth just over Swing Vote. Set to run, we're underway in the Nad Al Sheba Turf Sprint. Frosted Dawn was away fast over on the far side with the Quality. Logo Hunter, R. Shibley, and also Bill Heil caught the start well, going up there, and they are in the first few, along with next in turn there Al Bardak, followed there by Pontos, who's over nearer to us with Thunder of Niagara. Then came Batwan, who's over on the deepest part of the course, over on the far side. He spots the lead 5 or 6. Glazam and also Tajala come closer to him, along with Ladies Church. Star of Mystery still with a few to pick up. Zorkin and Topper Bill is over on the stand side running rail as they make their way past the 400 metres. Plenty of hopes here at this point in time. Pontos hits the lead here from Bill Heil. Over on the far side, Frosted Dawn continues on. She looks like she's got a good advantage here, Frosted Dawn, and continuing. Frosted Dawn here with the 54.5, coming up here with the other filly in Star of Mystery, who's trying to chase her down. Frosted Dawn gets a well-deserved victory. Frosted Dawn 3 on the line, and the fillies go 1-2. Star of Mystery second, Logo Hunter third. And we are under Shane Ryan's orders here for race number 5. Racing. Now, Al Mutha has stood there and missed it at least 4 or 5 lengths. We'll head back to the end of the field along with Franz Kafka. Solid Stone getting out fast, Trevenant's underneath as they make their way down the straight and leave the running at the 2100. Back onto third, leaders back in the third on the running rail was Ursa Minor, just being covered up at this point by Castle Way. It was 3 lengths back to Bold Act, 4 lengths to Sisfahan, followed there next in turn by Warren Point, third to last. Franz Kafka is second to last, and the Back marker is Al Mutha. He spots the leaders 15 lengths early as they make the running past the 1800 metres, where it is Trevenance the leader, wanting to go a little faster than Shane Foley is allowing, leading 3 lengths at this point in time. Solid Stone was second, racing in isolation. Third, Castleway, the outside of Ursa Minor, a length and 3/4 back, sees Bold Act. Then came Sisfahan, followed by Warren Point, Franz Kafka, and Al Mutha is next. Indian File as they make their way down the back here. Trevenance leads and extends the lead to 4 lengths now as they come past the 1300 metre marker. On Solid Stone, Castleway now up to an outright third. Ursa Minor drops back to 4th. Bold Act joins it now for company, settling down into 5th position as they make their way past the halfway marker. Then came Sisfahan, followed by Warren Point, and dropping away further now, Franz Kafka to join Al Mutha at the back. So Trevenance wants to get this over and done with and extends now by half a dozen lengths. Solid Stone second, still holding that and towing the rest of the field up from Castleway, Ursa Minor. Bold Act still 5th. Sisfahan getting closer in the running line from Warren Point. Franz Kafka and Al Mutha is getting further and further back. At the 650, it's Trevenance for Shane Foley and Jessica Harrington by now 7 lengths. Solid Stone just dropped the steal there for a moment and unfortunately didn't pick up. Castleway comes to the outside and looks the big challenger now to the leader from Bold Act, who's tanking in behind them, with Sisfahan, who comes to the wide outside. Then came Warren Point, who once again is on bums looking for runs here up the inside. Solid Stone, Trevenance claimed on the outside by Bold Act. Working through now, the big challenger is Warren Point. Castleway next, Godolphin 1, 2 and 3, Sisfahan 4th. It's Bold Act the outside from a very brave Warren Point, who's trying to eat into the margin late, but it is all Bold Act. Bold Act takes the Dubai City of Gold, beats home Warren Point, third across Sisfahan. This is the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airlines here on Emirates Super Saturday. Group 2, 1900 metres, we are underway. Walk of Stars jumped very well early, pressing up with Quip, who is going to fight forward to the lead up on the running rail. Aldous Huxley burns across along with Military Law. He'll be 4th and about 2 off the speed early. Then came Secret Victory, Franz Strauss and Remorse. Clapton stays to the inside. He's about 8th in running. They all come off the fence here as they leave the running from Desert Wisdom. Then came next in turn Moro Do Kentucky, being passed by Never Show Weakness. Ajusta Fiscal second to last, and Meydan Dubai heads back to his usual rearward roll. 8.71, 19.04 as Aldous Huxley burns to the lead here, and as they make their way down the back, he holds a buffer of 5 lengths on second, which is Quip, who decides to not chase down this leader and allows him to let stride. Walk of Stars comes up to the inside now and heads up into the runner-up role. From Clapton, who tracks him, Military Law deeper out, followed by Desert Wisdom. Then came next in turn their Secret Victory, Franz Strauss. Quip going back through the field here. A few of these having to surround him and get around him like a bollard here at the moment. Remorse was next, followed there by deeper out, Never Show Weakness, already being hustled along with Ajusta Fiscal and Made in Dubai. Quip out of the contest. So Military Law comes up to the outside of Aldous Huxley, who might have thrown up the white flag as well. The sectionals were pretty slick early. Walk of Stars tracks up well along with Clapton. Desert Wisdom under a ride. The same can be said for Remorse, Franz Strauss, Ajusta Fiscal and Never Show Weakness from the back as they swing the bend here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Out in front, Military Law, Walk of Stars, Clapton a little wayward here. He didn't corner too well. Military Law still with a buffer of 1.5 lengths on Walk of Stars, who's trying to lift up here as well, but it is Military Law still. Military Law under Oscar Chavez with a break of 1.5 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Now Walk of Stars starts to lift in the late stages. Walk of Stars trying to make this a race. Military Law has to be brave, and Military Law gets the job done. Military Law very brave late, goes on to win by 1 length. Second Walk of Stars, third across was Clapton. 1400 metres, and we're racing to the best line of the night. Mountbatten out wide will have to press forward here at this point in time in a little sticky spot. Changing colours finds his usual early spot up in front with Vaffatino, Noble Dynasty. Marvin working forward along with Fort Payne. Then came out deeper Erzincan, providing a couple of wide runners some cover at this point. Then came Echo Point, followed by Iharaz, who sits back on the inside in about 8th position. From Mountbatten, who now comes up 3 deep with a back, pressing forward with Damar. Then came Arsault from El Patriota, who just got a nasty check. Yanafis passes him. him, along with on the inside there, Ventura Rebel, Tamburrata second to last, and the last one, Nibris Passion, with 700 metres left to travel here in the Ras Al Khor, and it is changing colours by a length and a tail. Second, Marbin. Erzincan's been 3 deep the trip at this point in time. He's been doing it tough. Fort Payne forces him even wider here at the turn. Damar deeper, but working into it, along with Arsol. Iharaz needs a run desperately. The inside, Echo Point spots the lead 4 lengths, still trying to work through with Ventura Rebel out wide. Fort Payne along with Damar. Yanafis tracking into it as well, deeper out. It's changing colours from Noble Dynasty. Here's Fort Payne on the scene here. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Noble Dynasty. Echo Point working through. Look at Tamburrata flashing from the back as well. Fort Payne, Tamburrata tries down the outside, will miss. Fort Payne from Tamburrata. Tamburrata very eye-catching there in the late stages. Third across was Nibris Passion. They're locked and loaded for the Mahab Al Shamal. Racing. Rawi a little slow and threw the head up in the air as well, cost himself 3 or 4. Freedom Fighter straight up onto the bunny nice and early here. Meshakal second. Now working across from the deep is Kanjar to inject even more tempo into the race. They were followed there next in turn by Leading Spirit on the warpath. Morning was next. Rawi and Go Chrome Go's been pulled out of the contest. Go Chrome Go is out of the race in the Mahab Al Shamal, and they make their way past the 700 metres. And up in front now, Freedom Fighter leads only a neck. Meshakal injecting further tempo into the race here, 13.64, 24.35, so they have gone slick enough. Back on the leaders, back in third. Here was Leading Spirit. Kanjar nudged along. The same can be said for Morning on the warpath. Rawi and Go Chrome Go out of the race. 400 to go. And it is Freedom Fighter a half length. Now 3/4 of a length. Meshakal tries to level up, but Freedom Fighter holds him at bay at the moment. Leading Spirit, though, the threat. Leading Spirit down the outside. Hot out of the Jebel Ali sprint. Leading Spirit burns to the lead. Burns the dirt here this afternoon and into the evening and into the final 100 metres. Leading Spirit under Pat Cosgrave will take the Mahab Al Shamal. A length and a half. Freedom Fighter second. Maybe Morning just over Meshakal for third. And we are almost set to go and immediately underway. Musical Act was fast off the machines, going forward there in the early stages with Athan, Legend of Time, just looking to slot in here as well. So they might get the back of the stablemate here. Tahoku out 3 deep at the moment. Followed there next in turn by Acclaim to Royalty, and they were followed there by Courtier. Just getting up on the steel of shade there at the back. Second to last, 3 lengths back in last position, sees what happens in Vegas. So 8 or 9 lengths top to tail as they make their way past the 13.50. And the early sectionals come up 14.98, 26.80. Athan leads them. Kicks up underneath Musical Act to lead a half length. Third in the running was Legend of Time, spotting the lead 2.5 and racing on his lonesome at this point in time from Tahoku, who was next, Courtier. Then came Acclaim to Royalty. Last was What Happens in Vegas. So 1,000 metres left to go here in the final event of the night. And Athan heads to his usual roll up on speed and now makes the margin a length. Musical Act in second, sits there in a nice position for the time being, along with Legend of Time, who tracks the leader. Tahoku's now got the 1-1. In behind, a little keen at this point in time, was Acclaim to Royalty. Courtier second to last, and What Happens in Vegas has seen them all throughout. At the 500 metre mark, as they make their way to the top of the straight, Athan now asked to extend a little bit. Heads into the straight, the leader, Legend of Time, plenty of room to come through. The short price select, out deeper, Musical Act, Tahoku. Courtier starts to work into it. Acclaim to Royalty seems to have thrown up the white flag. What Happens in Vegas passes him, and Musical Act still seems to have something in the locker here. Gives Legend of Time a run for his money. Legend of Time leads a length and a half, now makes it 2 lengths, and he kicks away in the late stages. Legend of Time goes on to record a nice win in the final race, and the margin on the line, 4 lengths. Godolphin go 1-2. Musical Act second, third across Athan, who's stuck on.
Welcome to the pre-parade ahead of our first of 9 races, the Mazrat Al Ruwaya, sponsored by MR. It's a Group 2 for the first time being run on the turf, having been run on the dirt prior to this. Last year it was a case of Adriu De Vries and Kees Aboud teaming up for Al Momayaz, who, when it was staged on the dirt, he sat handy, scraped the paint on the rail, he rode for luck. It was a classic Adriu De Vries pouncing job. Now on the turf, it might not go a too different way in terms of tactics. This is one of the fancied horses in here, Heros de la Garde, and not hard to see why, to be honest. Conor Beasley looking to claw back that lead over Ty Gaucher in the Jockeys Championship, and he starts off on a good one. This is a talented purebred Arabian, rated 115. He won 4 of his 18 starts so far. 2 of those wins have been recent as well. He's hit the frame in 10 other runs. He's a consistent type these days who's really come into his own around Abu Dhabi. He won the Group 3 El Ruwais over 1,200 metres. He showed that 1,400 metres was no problem with a determined win in the Group 2 Liwa Oasis, beating a fair amount of this field in the process. Apologies in advance, when talking about this race, you're going to hear the words Liwa Oasis many, many times because half of the field had their last start in it. He was the better of them. He didn't have it his own way either. He copped a bump when he forfeited a position or two, but that really showed it could be versatile, where you place him in the run and still be effective. He can race behind the bridle a little bit at points. He needs to be kept up to his work at times, but he is in great form. He finds 1,600 metres no problem on the dirt, and I don't think turf should be much of a problem either over this distance. I think he'll have a big chance in this. Connor Beasley is, as we said, looking to claw a bit of it back. Who else is up here with him? Well, let's drop back to number 1, who is just behind him, the next in sequence. That's Diamond Gem. Jules Maubion up for Ernst Dortel. Ernst has got a couple of chances in here. I'd say he definitely has better chances. This gelding, he's won 5 of 11. He's a bit of an all or nothing gelding. He's only placed once in the other 6 starts. Those wins also came in the United States, and his 3 runs here, they've seen him pitched into lofty company, and it hasn't quite worked out. He latterly turned up here on the dirt to run in rounds 1 and 2 of the Amac Team Challenge for purebred Arabians. It's never really been his strong suit, turf. I'd be a little bit concerned for him in the company he's in. Behind number 2, that is the grey Alajaj, Pat Dobbs for Ernst Dortel for Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. He's won 7 of his 18 starts. He's getting better with each run as well. This is the 4th run of his preparation, and he's come on significantly for each of them. The last twice he has seen the backside of Heros de la Garde over 1,200 and 1,400. He was doing his best work late on in the Liwa Oasis, coming back from further than a few of them to be involved in the finish. His stablemate Makam actually had a worse trip than him, to be fair. The extra 200 I think should help him. If he still has them in his sights turning for home, he could be quite interesting in this, but he does have ground to make up with the international favourite, number 3, Heros de la Garde. Number 4, he's up here. We'll have a quick look at Makam. Ty Gaucher, Ernst Dortel, the first of 9 good chances for Tig on the card to extend his lead in the Jockeys' Championship. And he was in electric form last night with a double in these colours for Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda and for Ernst Dortel as well. Both Rami and Al-Zahi doing the business for him. This Entar has won 5 from 17. He's placed in 5 as well. Now, he is yet to win this season, but he took his form to a new level when he ran a blinder in that Liwa Oasis at Abu Dhabi, just behind Heros de la Garde and Eklim Athbath in 3rd. He stayed on from the back. He intimated a return to 1,600 would be absolutely no problem at all. No, it would probably be exactly what he needed. And I wondered if he actually had a pretty good chance of turning the table. So I know our intrepid commentator definitely feels that way. Let's have a look at behind in sequence number 5. It looks like they're in order as it currently stands. This is the 6-year-old Entar Faisal for Sandra Pava and Ibrahim Al-Hadrami. 4-time winner in 19 starts. He's got some ground to make up with a few of them on his run in the Liwa Oasis. He was 7th. He never really looked like troubling the judge. I thought he'd need to take a big step up in this. Behind Eklil Athbar, the grey, number 6, who sports the blue headgear. And this mare, she was prominent, more prominent than a fair few of them in the Liwa Oasis. And she just had to travel wide and made up her ground at a vital stage, going a little bit wider. But she stuck on really nicely. Is she going to turn that form around? I just think she might be just a bit of a pacey filly. She's done a winning over 1,200 and 1,400 in the UK on turf and all weather. And while she ran well over 1,600 at Abu Dhabi in December, she is vulnerable in the closing stages for me. I'd just be concerned that while she has the pace to put herself in a good position, you'd just be concerned of the final 200 in here. She's in form though, and her chances is as good as more than a few in this race. Yeah, just a distance query for me. Number 7 behind, that is Haka du Soleil, 5-year-old Entar for Charlie Bennett and Helal Alawawi. Dual winner from 11 starts so far. Showed good form in France, won a Group 3 at Le Test in April last year over 1,900. We've not seen anything like that form switch to the UAE. I guess the UAE probably has, you'd say, has a stronger scene for the purebred Arabians. He's going to need to step up on what we've seen. And he will likely stay on when others are crying enough, but will this just be a little sharp for him would be my query. Number 8 behind, another grey in this field. Number 8 is Hamim, Pat Cosgrave for Abdallah Al-Hamadi. He's got an enviable strike rate. He's 10 wins from 21 starts, a further 5 appearances in the frame. Abu Dhabi is really his stamping ground. All bar one of his wins have come there on turf. This is the first opportunity for him to run on the turf here. He's struggled mostly in his trips to the dirt track here before. He's another one who you just worry, is this enough of a test for him? He's generally, his last win was over 2,200 metres. He used to be a 1,600 metre specialist back in his 4-year-old days, but maybe, like with thoroughbreds, when you get older, maybe you just want a bit more of a trip. If they went quick, though, I thought he'd have a chance in this, but I thought he really needed every inch of the 2,200 when he scored in January at Abu Dhabi in a race where they went an honest clip. So that would be my main concern. We've got some other horses. The rest of the field are over on the other side of the pre-parade ring. Glorious when the sun's just starting to set down. We can take more of a look at them in just a second when they start filing down to the paddock very shortly. They'll be heading down into the paddock proper, and Pat Comerford will be able to take you through the entire field.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. Looking forward to this evening's program. Hard to believe it is the 14th and final meeting of the Dubai Racing Carnival, but really looking forward to tonight's card. And a little bit different conditions to what we've experienced so far this season. We may have seen similar heat towards the first few meetings, but we have had a couple of cold nights in recent weeks, and well, this is certainly not that. Very warm and balmy at the moment. A tailwind down the straight at the moment for those runners to give them maybe a bit of a slight advantage there in the late stages. So we'll see if that plays into the racing here for the remainder of the evening. But really looking forward to tonight, and we do kick it off with, as we said, history being made here. The first turf race for the purebred Arabians in Meydan's history, and it's going to be a pleasure to call those 16 around the track very soon.
Well, runners are making their way into the parade for race number 1 here. And as we see on the weather gauge, 27 degrees at this point in time. So nice and warm conditions as we have our runners begin the parade for the Mazrat Al Rawaya, sponsored by Imar for 300,000 dirham. And as a new element to the racing here, the Arabians will make their way around the 1,600 metres on turf for this Group 2 event. Number 1 is Diamond Gem AA, one of a few runners here for Ernst Ortel, the 5-year-old gelding by Burning Sand. And Jules Mobian will do the riding here for Joe and Betty Jean Gillis. Best of luck to Connections here, 5-time winner from 11 starts, and has been racing in the multiple Group 1s so far over the 16 and 1900. Makes the switch back to turf. We'll see if that is a welcoming inclusion here for Diamond Gem. Does need some luck, has drawn gate 15. Number 2, another one for Ernst Ortel, AF Alajaj. Pat Dobbs will ride for the trainer, Mr. Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda, with 2 runners. He has drawn wide as well, the 7-time winner. He has 7 wins and 4 minors from 18 starts. Certainly has the class on his day. Just will need luck as well from that wide alley. Looking to back up a win after last start is Aero Stellagard. Connor Beasley will ride for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. He's drawn a little wide also, 4-time winner, but he has got that form on the board after that nice 1,400 metre victory at Abu Dhabi back on the 17th of February. He does come in with a rating of 115 as well, so he is our highest rated horse in the race. AF Makam. Not much luck came his way there in the final stages last start, where he was in behind Aero Stellagard in the Liwa Oasis, but he was able to run a nice third there, beaten a length and a half. He has the capabilities of turning the tables, and he does draw a lot more fairly today. 5 is Al Faisal, Sandro Paiva, also for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. He comes out of that Lima Oasis last time out, where he was beaten 4 3/4 lengths, running 7th. He would have to improve slightly here, but does get a classy draw once again in gate number 3. Jim Crowley will ride Ekli Al Athbar for Salfood Deeb. And Athbar Racing, he's had the 4 wins from 13 starts, an amazing 7 seconds. So this runner has only missed the top 2 on 2 occasions. And last start was the 2nd place runner-up to Aero Stellagard. There's plenty of form in the corner of Ekli Al Athbar. Charlie Bennett partners Hakadu Salao for Halal Al Alawi, who's had a wonderful season so far. The 5-year-old Entire by Munjiz has had the 11 starts for 2 wins. He's one of our more lightly, in regards to wins, he's one of our lighter horses. He's only had the 2 victories to date, and he was beaten at distance here at Meydan on the dirt last time out. A switch over to turf could be a welcoming inclusion. The same can be said here for Hamim, who we've only seen on the grass so far this season at Abu Dhabi. He gets the opportunity here to come across onto the turf. So a race that was certainly screaming out for a horse like Hamim. Maybe the bigger track may aid his chances, but a wide draw in 16 is going to make it tough. Another one for Al Hadrami, who's got a big team in here. Saif Al Balushi will ride Munir Du Soleil, 2-time winner from 16 starts. He's beaten a nose last time to the races in Saudi Arabia, and that was a Group 1 there also. So hopefully we see him racing well here, Munir Du Soleil, as he makes his way back here to the UAE. Number 10, Nadal Sheba. Marcelino Rodriguez won't be able to claim in this race, but he gets an opportunity here aboard this runner for Ahmed Al Shamaili. 4-time winner from 20 starts, but has to improve on recent form lines, has been beaten at distance his last few. 11, Namrud, Sam Hitchcock for Musaba Al Mahiri. Beaten 21.5 lengths last time out in that Lima Oasis at Abu Dhabi. Hopefully the bigger track will aid the chances here of Namrud, but again would need to improve on recent form. Number 12, Only Smoke comes out. 13, Raja, also for Masaba Al Maheri. Gets Bernardo Pinheiro. There's a full book of rides tonight here, racing in all 9 events off the rating of 111. The 9-time winner from 40 starts. He's had more starts than most of these, and was 14.5 lengths off RB Kingmaker in the Group 1 last 2 weeks ago at Abu Dhabi. This looks within his grasp. The only query is the distance. RB strings attached for Adri de Vries and Fauzi Nas. He's lightly raced, 9 starts for 1 win and 3 seconds. He ran 4th in that race there in behind Aerostella Guard, so has some form lines with most of these. But again, the jump up to 1,600 metres is the question mark. He has performed over 2,200 metres. Not much mile form to go off so far. 15 is Jazila. Oscar Chavez, also for Masaba Al Maheri, coming from an 85 and up to a Group 2. He has got the win on the board. She has got the win on the board here, the mare, but the question mark is the jump up in grade. Not sure if he's up to the task. We'll have to wait and see. 16, Nadia Deloop. Abdulaziz Al Balushi rides here. Taking the 55 kilos here for Suleiman Al Ghanami. He's had the 2 wins so far on board this runner. This mare here by AF Al Bahar. So he has a good affiliation with the mare does Abdulaziz Al Balushi, and he's on board once again here for the Group 2, following that Group 2 run back on the 17th of February. And the runner that gets a chance to race in the event, that is Al Laith, and Ben Cohen maintains his association here with this 5-year-old Entire for Ahmed Al Maherbi. Has been racing in lesser grade, but certainly deserves his chance in the event. 17, Al Laith, our first emergency, gets a start, and it's our final horse to have a look at here for our first event of 9 from Meydan, the Group 2 for 300,000 dirham.
It's time for our best turned out, the first one of the evening, and it's gone to Munir du Soleil in our first race, the Mazrat Al Rawaya. Congratulations to Abdul Rahim, who looks after number 9. Congratulations, you sir, have won a nice prize. Presented by Ali Assad, the CEO of PHI Advertising. We're a couple of minutes away from our first of 9 races here at Meydan this evening, the final week of the Dubai Racing Carnival. And as I said before, it's nice that the purebred Arabians get their early evening in the sun, with runners just circling around at the moment. It's going to be fascinating to see if the Liwa Oasis form from Abu Dhabi, where most of the field turned up last time, if that's going to stack up. Different way round, different trip to contend with, but some fascinating contenders nonetheless. Heroes de Lagarde, he was very impressive. Things didn't go his own way, but he still managed to pull it out the bag. And Connor Beasley is going to be hungry for winners this evening. It would be no surprise to see if he was able to get another win on the board. There is Pat Comerford's pick, Macam. I can definitely see the case of turning the form around. Rated 111. Tiger Shea, need we say more? Good run last time in the Liwa Oasis. And the yard's in form, the owner's in form, the jockey's always in form. He intimated a return to this kind of trip would very much suit as well. And then you've got the likes of Alajaj in there, who stayed on nicely from an unpromising position. It promises to be a really good first renewal on turf of the Mazrat Al Rawaya, and it looks like they're circling. We thought we had begun to load, but they have come back out now, so stand by for any more information. There is the 13 Raja, familiar name in these parts, Bernardo Pinheiro for Musaba Al Maheri. He's the most experienced in this field, 9 wins from 40 runs. So we're hearing number 7, Haka de Soleil, has been dismounted. Charlie Bennett off his back. And hopefully we'll be able to give you more information as to his participation as it stands. It's fairly calm at the moment. And hopefully it'll remain that way ahead of our first of 9 of the evening. So while he's being taken care of, we've got a bit of time to talk about some of the other runners. But this is my pick. I've given the case, Heroes de Lagarde. I don't think 1600 is out of reach by any means. He stayed it on dirt, and turf should be no problem. He's in the form of his life as it currently stands. Coming into his last couple of starts, he only had 2 wins to his name from plenty of starts. He's doubled his tally, and in good races as well. The Group 3 El Ruwais, over 1,200 metres, 1,400 metres last time in the Group 2 Liwa Oasis. And I'm fascinated to see what Connor Beasley does with him. Stall 12, he has an early decision to make. I think he'd like him somewhere close to the lead, maybe not necessarily the lead itself, and it just gives him a chance to make his challenge as and when he sees fit. Because you've got the likes of a speedier type who we covered in the pre-parade ring, Eklil Athbar, the 6-year-old mare in here, Jim Crowley riding for Saif al-Dindib for Athbar Racing, who's a 4-time winner from 13 starts. Number 7, Haka de Soleil, I should say, is being reshod, and hopefully, and it looks, well, the vibes are looking good. Charlie Bennett is on the 5-year-old Entire's back. He looks full of beans as well. What chance for him? Dual winner from 11 starts so far. Good form in France, but he needs to step it up in the UAE. Hasn't quite worked for him yet. Not saying it can't, though. It's an open enough race to start our final meeting of the 2023-2024 Dubai Racing Carnival. and loading is underway. For the first time this evening, let's get up to Pat Comerford in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Looking forward to tonight's racing, and we're kicking off with, as you mentioned, a momentous occasion with our purebred Arabians having their first race ever here at the course on the grass. This race, the Mazrat Al Rawaya, until last year, run on the dirt surface, and they have now switched over the surface here, which has certainly entertained quite a few more options and quite a few more runners who will get their chance to contest the big surface, and also a grass track going left-handed as well. So Hamim loads away. And the field looks set here for the Mazrat Al Rawaya Racing. Nadia Deloop was away very fast, but coming back underneath Abdulaziz Al Balushi, being passed now by Namrud, who's positive early. Al Laith, Jazila, deeper out. Diamond Gem AA wants to get up, but is coursing wide at the moment as he attempts to make his way forward here, Jules Mobian. Then came Al Laith, 3 lengths to Al Faisal with RB strings attached. Nadia Deloop now 3 deep, continuing to go back through the field, being outpaced here early. Nadal Sheba was deeper out, followed there next by AF Makam, who's back on the running rail. From next in turn, Eklil Athbar. Hamim is wide, but with a back. Inside was the market favourite Aerostella Guard, followed by Munir du Soleil. Last ones in the running there were Raja along with AF Al Ajaj. So 800 metres left to travel here in the debut grass race here for the purebred Arabians at Meydan, and Namrud leads them at good sections. Out clear by a long neck, Diamond Gem AA in second, third Jazila, fourth Hakadu Soleil, Al Laith coursing wide, a few of them getting onto its back, including Al Faisal, Eklil Athbar even deeper. The inside RB strings attached, all dressed up, nowhere to go. Raja was next in running, AF Makam now gets a path, Tygo Shea plotting a path to the outside as Al Laith hits the lead from Eklil Athbar. Running on well late, AF Makam, Aerostella Guard, when it might be all too late, Al Laith continuing up in front here for Ben Cohen. He's had to step up today here, coming from handicaps here to Group 2. Can he get the job done? AF Makam, Aerostella Guard running out of real estate, and Al Laith is going to run away with it. The emergency in the Group 2 gets the chocolates. Why 2 lengths here on the line, Aerostella Guard second, third across AF Makam, and Munir du Soleil got mobile late to run fourth. From Raja, Jazila, then Hamim was next over, followed there by Al Faisal, AF Al Ajaj, Hakadu Soleil and Nadia Deloop. Then came Eklil Athbar, who dropped away. RB strings attached, found nothing in the late stages. Then came next over Diamond Gem AA, followed by Nadal Sheba, and Namrud has dropped the rider at the line, but he's walking back to the post and seems to be all A-OK here, Sam Hitchcock, but we do have a loose horse that will need to be caught. Al Laith, the 5-year-old Entire, coming into this off a rating of 100. He's just been able to continue rising to the ranks here for Al Meherbi and Al Ramani Racing, and Ben Cohen, who didn't have a ride in the race initially, has been able to pick up the ride here on a horse that he has partnered for multiple victories already this season. And I'm sure that will be a wonderful result for him here. Al Laith staves them off with a nice, bold, front-running performance in the Group 2 to kick off meeting number 14 here from Meydan.
Well, where's this come from? Al Laith under Ben Cohen. He rode this Entire like he was the best horse in the race, and he turned out to be. The 2 behind are familiar names. Aerostella Guard has stayed on, so has Makam, but Al Laith was away and gone. For Ahmed Al Meherbi and Al Ramani Racing, congratulations to them. This gelding came in, or Entire I should say, 5-year-old Entire. He was rated 100. He got in as first reserve only when Only Smoke came out. He inherited a decent pitch in 4. And Ben Cohen was very confident, swinging wide. He had plenty left. He won a 1,200 metre handicap at Abu Dhabi impressively last time in late February. Connections pitched him right up to the big time, and he's won a Group 2. He was back up to 1,600. There were question marks about the class, question marks about the trip, but he's answered them. He's answered them in spades in the end. And that race-winning move by Ben Cohen is ultimately, he's made his mind up for him, and he's gone through with the effort, this being just his 10th start, having won twice prior to this. but a big win in our opener in the Mazrat Al Rawaya for Al Layth.
Numbers in the Mazrat Al Rawaya, sponsored by EMA over the 1600. 17, 3, 4 and 9. Al Layth the winner, 143.15. Margins, 1 3/4 by a half length. 17, 3, 4, 9, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome back our 2024 winner of the Mazrat Al Rawaya, Al Layth and Ben Cohen. Ben Cohen just weighing in after steering Al Layth to victory in the Mazrat Al Rawaya run on turf for the first time. He had a bit to find on what we knew, Ben. The trip was a concern in theory, the class, but didn't he answer?
Yeah, he did. Look, to be fair, he's improving all season. I actually won on him over a mile in Abu Dhabi, but it was a lower grade race, obviously. But he's improved run from run, and I just think he's a better turf horse than he is in a dirt.
Always happy with the trip round?
Yeah, very happy. If anything, nearly travelled too well into the straight. He probably got there half a furlong too soon, but he just looking around up the straight. But yeah, he done it well.
And I mean, there's proper depth to this form. You've got Harris de Lagarde there, Macam as well, who filled out the places in the Libre Oasis. This is good form.
Yeah, no, definitely. And he won that with a bit in hand, I would have thought. But yeah, look, he's an exciting horse for next season anyway.
I've just got to ask you, who else are you looking forward to on the night? You've got a plethora of chances.
Yeah, Nice Booker Eyes, I suppose Mohiba as a standout in the next. She's rated a good bit higher than everything else, so hopefully she can get the job done.
Best of luck, well done.
Thank you.
And that's correct weight in race number 1. 17, 3, 4 and 9. 17, 3, 4 and 9. Correct weight. Race number 1. Winner's time, 143.15. Margins, 1 3/4 by a half length. Correct weight, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the first race of the evening and our richest race on the night, the Mazrat Al Rawaya. Welcoming to the stage, Mr. Ahmed Tani Rashid Al Matrushi, part of the MR Group. Thank you, sir. If we could bring you up to the stage to give the winning prizes. And what an impressive performance it was for the 2024 renewal of the Mazrat Al Rawaya, run for the first time on turf, of course, and hopefully the start of a long association with purebred Arabian races on turf around Meydan. Let's get some winning connections up. Representing the winning owner, Sahud Al Amani. And representing the winning trainer, please welcome Ahmed and Rashid Al Amani. And of course, the winning jockey of the 2024 Mazrat Al Rawaya, Ben Cohen. Ask winning connections to come back in one more time for one more winning photo. The connections of Al Laith.
سعودني
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the second event here from Meydan, the Oasis, brought to you by Ema over the 1,200 metres on dirt. For 165,000 dirham. And the runners are now out into the parade here for the second race. First horse we have a look at is Al Sahib, who is to be ridden here by Bernardo Pinheiro off the rating of 63 for Case Abood and Mr. Ali Haddad. 7 starts, yet to figure in the top 3. This looks tough. Number 2 is Beijing Billy for Oscar Chavez and Rashid Borsley. Draws a little sticky in 12. Another horse who has had a few goes for only 2/3 to date. 12 starts in total, and last start was beaten 16.5 lengths by Syed. That was on the 1st of March. So on the quick backup here is Beijing Billy, who has only his second run since returning back from a long break. Number 4 is Dahas for Connor Beasley and Musaba Al Mahiri for Mr. Nasser Asker. He was second at Meydan over 1,600 metres on turf 2 starts ago, and 5.5 lengths off Maplewood last time out on the turf over 1,600 as well. The question mark is he drops back to 1,200 and he changes surfaces here as well. He does have the ability, but the conditions of the race could be a slight concern. Number 6 is Sardik for Sandro Paiva and Bupat Sima for the Chopra family, who have multiple runners in this evening. Has been down the track his last couple over this track and trip. Hard to see him improving to win this, but hopefully we do see an improvement on last start. 7 is Shamsan for Omar Salas, Rashid Borsley. Draws very well. He's an unknown quantity. He's a 5-year-old entire by War Command, having a debut run this evening. And we best of luck to the Borsley Racing Syndicate with their first starter. We'll see where he stands here, but he's going to get every possible chance to run a good race from the gate. Number 8 is Sikorsky, the 5-year-old entire by Dabawi. Richard Mullen and Bupat Sima combine here. Last time out was beaten 5 lengths by Desert Peace. Ran 4th on that occasion. That was in a 70-90. Returning to maiden company here. That looks something that could be in his favour. Number 9 is Top Tune, another debutant in the field here. Gabriel Maloon will ride for Marwan Al-Badei. The 4-year-old gelding by Tisnow is having the first career start here. Does draw a little sticky in 9. Certainly not the best drawn debutant in the field, but best of luck to the connections here. 10 is Home From Home, beaten 3/4 of a length here at Meydan on the turf last start behind Ashka Asa. That was down the straight, coming back onto the dirt here, where he has probably not raced as well as he has on the turf so far this season. The 4-year-old by Galileo Gold. Ishmael Muhammad does the training here and owns, and Ardri de Vries will ride. A rating of 73 heading into tonight for the filly. Another filly in the field here, Mohiba for Ben Cohen, who looks to have an early double here. This one for Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 2 starts for a second, beaten narrowly by Ryad on debut. That was back on the 18th of November. And then last start was down the track in arguably a run you could put a line through. Has had a bit of time off the scene and a freshen up the filly, so we'll see how she returns and makes hopefully makes her presence felt in her 3rd career start and Meydan debut. Number 12 is a mare, a 7-year-old mare, having her first start here. Daisuke Fukumoto will ride Now Ladies for Muhammad Ibrahim. Draws very sticky, but a 7-year-old mare having her first start here, so best of luck to the connections with her. And Clear Image for Royston French comes into this. 1 start in the UAE, 2 starts total completely in the career. That start was at Jebel Ali over 1,400 metres, so Clear Image makes his Jebel made Meydan debut and comes into this as a 3-year-old, so does get a nice weight advantage carrying the 55.5 here for Salam bin Gudaya. So we are waiting on a couple of runners to come through. Mezzatinto and also Classic City. And we see Classic City come on screen now. Marcelino Rodriguez claims here for Ernst Ortel. The 5-year-old gelding by Constitution, who ran third in behind Street Mood at Jebel Ali back on the 19th of March 2022. So a long time off the scene here for Classic City. And hopefully we see him make a nice winning return here. Marcelino Rodriguez, the stable apprentice, on board. And last but not least, Mezzatinto, Tygo Shea for Bupat Sema. Now 21 starts without a win, 9 minor placings. He's knocking on the door. His recent form has been good, but just needs to get that win on the way. Last start was 2 lengths in behind Naya here at Meydan. The question is, he drops back to the 1200 metres. Could it be a little slick for him this deep into the preparation? We'll soon find out. That's our runners for race 2.
Time for our Best Turned Out award for our second race of the card, the first thoroughbred race. And the best turned out is Shamsun for the Rashid Borsley team, and Nasir Khan is being presented by Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, with his prize. Congratulations to Nasir Khan. If you were with us for Ben Cohen giving his thoughts on Al Laith taking our opening race of the night, I asked him who he was looking forward to most. He answered Mohiba, and it's not hard to see why. She's got a great chance of giving him a very quick fire double on the evening. She's got stall 11, but she is very interesting. And there's Mezzatinto. We know plenty about Mezzatinto at this stage. I love seeing him at the Dubai Racing Carnival. And one day he's going to find a race. I think he will find a race. Will it be this one? I'm just a little bit unsure as it currently stands. Because while it was a massive effort last time, he keeps bumping into one. And I just wonder if Meydan might be that one. The international markets are speaking for the filly. Mezzo Tinto, the level of form he's shown is absolutely solid. And I thought he actually performed with a lot of credit last time, given he had to break sharply from a wide draw over 1,600 metres. And when he was headed, he battled on. We know he'll do that. It's just whether he's good enough to be in front at the line. As we say, one of these days, he will get his opportunity. I just thought there were filly in Meydan, who's lightly raced, representing a team that do so well with these types of horses. She was ran down late on her debut over 1,200 at Jebel Ali. And while she was a beaten international favourite, it was still a good introduction. Now, she did go backwards over that same course and distance, but she was found to be lame afterwards, and she's been given time to get over that. Bupat Seymour has a few in here. Sikorsky, the 5-year-old N-type for Richie Mullen, 0 from 10. About half the record of Mezzo Tinto at this stage. I thought the form was relatively solid for the race, though. Placed 3 times, all of those good runs at Jebel Ali over 1,200 and 1,400. And he's not been with Bupat long. He switched from Mustafa Al-Maheri in January, the same owner in Saeed Sultan Al-Rahumi. And the stable was pretty good, beaten 5 lengths into 4th behind Desert Peace over 1,600 on the dirt here. It's a little bit telling for me that Tig's chosen Mezzo Tinto. Maybe it was a hard choice, though, because you can see the merits for this horse, Sikorsky, number 8. Number 10, another filly, Home from Home, Adri de Vries for Ismail Mohammed, trainer and owner. She herself is 0 from 7 so far. She's raced exclusively in the UAE for a stable that does have a good presence in the UK as well. And she's run quite well this season. She needed her turf and seasonal debut over course and distance in week 7. She stayed on well, stayed on from the back in a race where it definitely paid to be closer. The winner did make all, in fact. Back into Meydan company, I can see the case. And Adri de Vries, it's always so dangerous around here. He'll know exactly what this filly needs to be in the right position at the right time. So while Sikorsky heads up into stall 4, it's a good berth for him. Mezzo Tinto also well drawn in stall 1. That could be interesting. That probably gives him one of the best chances that he's had in a long time. He was wide drawn last time. He gets the rail, he draws the ace, and maybe he'll be able to make all. I'm with the filly Meydan. Fascinating to see how it plays out in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Anthony Dunkley, and I'm certainly with you as well here, Meydan. She looked something special heading out to the races under Ryan Curatolo 2 starts ago. Last start, a little bit of a question mark, but at the same time, going off the first performance, you'd almost be willing to put a line through that run, and she's been freshened up for this as well. Ben Cohen, obviously with the first winner already, taking out the Group 2 for the purebred Arabians. And he has a nice performer here in Meydan off the rating of 80, coming into this with a bit of a weight allowance on a few of these, being a filly. And Classic City, on his return, is the last to load away. Set to run, racing in the second. So getting away slowly at the back of the field was Shamzan on debut. Mezzo Tinto found his usual forward role. Meydan, the filly's going to work across along with Top Tune, Beijing Billy and Sardik not too far away, settling down into 5th position. From Now Ladies deeper out. Home from Home, Sikorsky 4 back the fence. From Dahas, Classic City, Clear Image. 3 lengths back to Al Sahab, and the last one was Shamzan. He's the tail ender with 700 metres left to go, and Meydan pours it on out wide. Goes up to the outside of Mezzo Tinto as they make the running past the 600 metres. 3rd was Top Tune. He's racing in isolation in 3rd position from Sikorsky, Sardik, Beijing Billy, Home from Home, Dahas. Clear Image heads the rest, and that's your race as they make their way into the straight, and these two clear out here. Mezzo Tinto gets a break on Meydan here though. Mezzo Tinto looking for that elusive first win here for Bupat Seymour and Tygo Shade. He's getting further away from them. Could it be start number 22 for Mezzo Tinto to break the duck? He's gone half a dozen lengths clear of Top Tune. Sikorsky running into the minor placings. Meydan drops away late. Mezzo Tinto hot up on the fence, gets the win in the second, and a well-deserved maiden win. 4.5 on the line. Sikorsky just over Top Tune for second. 4th across, maybe Clear Image from Meydan, who knuckled up there in that final 200. Dahas was next from Al Sahab. Then came Home from Home. A gap back to Sardik from Classic City. Then came Now Ladies Beijing Billy and Shamzan, the Borsley pair, second last and last. Well, he's put the writing on the wall the last couple of starts, has he, that a maiden win might not be too far away. The 6-year-old gelding by Shamadal drew the ace, anticipated the start very well. He's gone clear. And as we've seen Ty Gaucher do for the Seamer stable multiple times this season, on pace, ridden like the best horse in the race, and nothing got near him. Mezzatinto, a well-deserved maiden win here at Meydan for meeting number 14.
Well, Mezzatinto is off the mark at the 22nd attempt. Congratulations to all connections. He's finally had his day, and it's great to see. He's been turning up, he's been taking on some solid horses, and he's just been finding one or two too good. But today he was the best, and by quite some way as well. I wasn't expecting him to lengthen. I wasn't expecting him to keep that kind of gallop up, because it looked like he might have pressure from Mahiba, who had to use up plenty of petrol to get over from the wide jaw. She's actually run with a bit more credit than her finishing position suggests, because she was out for the count at this point, but drawn the ace on the rail. Mezzatinto has shown he just needed that good opportunity. I hold my hands up. I thought there would be one, at least one, that might improve past him and he'd run a good solid race. But as it turned out, being drawn on the rail, being able to be right up with the pace, making the pace in fact, was exactly what he needed. He's needed a race like this, in all honesty. There's been so many opportunities for him, and he's a consistent type. You'd absolutely give him that, and it's great to see consistency rewarded in such a way. As they got to the top of the home turn, you were wondering what the filly Mahiba had left, and the answer was not much, because Sikorsky and Top Tune are going to stay on pass. Sikorsky has taken another step forward, marking a 1-2 for the Rupat Seamar stable, and Top Tune has ran into a bit of form as well, but they couldn't land a glove on Mezzatinto. An impressive performance, 22 times the charm.
A well-deserved maiden win here as our winner returns to scale. Numbers for the second event. It is the Oasis over the 1,200 metres for the maideners. Numbers 5, 8, 9, 11. 5, 8, 9, 11. Winners time 1:12.02. Margins 4 1/4 by a head. 5, 8, 9, 11. Race 2.
Well, they must have been wondering if this day would ever come, but finally it has. On the 22nd attempt, Mezzatinto walks into the winner's enclosure under Ty Gaucher.
often you get when you do get better every time.
You work lovely. You got to draw it. Lead up to the we have to fill him up and go again.
She started first, like I saw that too as well.
You go first, normally laughing up the right wing.
Exactly.
Well done. First to many, hopefully.
Good, Margot, thank you.
Thank you. One more? Okay, go on. Go on. Ik ben. Go on.
Kids out so they can see you.
Come on in front.
Thank you. Well done, guys.
Thank you, well done. Thank you.
I believe that makes it 5 in the Jockeys Championship that Tygo O'Shea is ahead. Let's focus on this horse first. It's great that he finally got his day.
Yeah, listen, he's been very consistent. He hasn't always been blessed with stalls. He's drawn bad majority of his time, but he stalled one today, and he's an old pro. You know, he always works like he'd win stacks of races, and he always comes out the bridesmaid more than the bride. But no, he done everything right tonight. As I said, he had the stall and the experience, and he was able to make use of that. And yeah, great for the Syndicate. It's their first winner, so they've been waiting a while. They've been knocking on the door all season, so thankfully for them, it finally opened.
Yeah, it looked a good opportunity. You just start to wonder after a while when a horse hasn't got the head in front after 21 goes, is it ever going to come? Thankfully it did. Do you think he can hopefully kick on from this?
Look, listen, if you gallop him at home, he's always promised to deliver far more than what he has so far. He's a huge, big horse. He looks after himself plenty. So, you know, I don't know how many runs he's after this season, but I said to Booper when I seen him in the ring, to look at him, you think he's having his first run. You know, he's kind on himself and he looks after himself. So he's left plenty of longevity.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Correct weight has been given.
Time for the second presentation of the evening. Once again, we welcome Mr. Ahmed Tani Rashid Al-Matrushi up to the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for sponsoring this event, being part of the MR Group. who are kindly sponsoring this card. And it's always great when a horse who's had plenty of tries but has shown solid, consistent form is able to be rewarded. And Mezzo Tinto was that horse, 22 times the charm, and no doubt to the absolute delight of our winning owners. Would you please welcome to the stage Aidan Connolly and members of the In It for the Sun Syndicate. Oh yes, it's that time again. You've got 4 more opportunities for faces at the races. Yes, you could win 500 dirham in prize money. All you need to do is head to the Rewards Centre, level 1 at Concourse B. But to win it, you need to give your best smile. Wave to the camera, click your fingers. Maybe not click your fingers, maybe just smile will do it. Get the teeth out, show those pearly whites. Saranga is quite a picky cameraman. He doesn't just choose anyone. You've got to show your glee. You've got to show everything, and you have, madam. It's you, the first of 4 winners of Faces at the races.
Well, welcome back to the parade here as we get set for the third event on the card. Runners are making their way into the parade for this upcoming race. It is the Valley, brought to you by Imar, over the 1800 metres here on turf. First horse is First View, off the rating of 85 here, equal highest rated horse in the event. Side Bin Saror trains, Charlie Bennett to ride. Does draw a sticky gate in 12, having the second run this season after running 13th in behind Changing Colours back on the 12th of January. Does have to lug the big weight here. Comes into this as one of 3 horses off that 85 rating. One of the others is Imperial Empire, who will be ridden by Tygo Shea, trained here by Bupat Seema for Touch Gold Racing, who have had some success in the last couple of weeks. He's a 6-time winner from 25 starts with 2 other minor placings. Last seen to the races over 1400 metres, where he was 3rd, beaten 2 lengths by Assad Zabil. Laser Guide has got some good form, beaten 3 1/4 by Uzo, who was able to come out and break through for a back-to-back victory. Wasn't too far away on that occasion. Ben Cohen jumps on board here, carrying the 62 kilograms. Just needs a little luck from the gate. Has drawn 11. Number 4 is Aeonian, Oscar Chavez for Musaba Al Mahiri. 1 win from 14 starts and would have to improve on recent runs. Has been in similar races and been down the track. While 1800 metres might be a step out in trip for many of these, Karaman, it's the shortest trip he's travelled for a long time. Has been down the track his last few, so they are trying something new here over a bit of a slicker trip. He has drawn wide, but it is well short of where he was racing over last time out. So we'll see if the distance plays a toll here on Karaman for this upcoming run. 58.5 kilograms will be the weight for Maplewood here, with Case Albaceti's Claim. Comes into this off a rating of 81. The 5-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Drawn wide, but was a strong winner last time to the races in lesser grade. Number 7, Eye on the Prize, beaten 3/4 of a length by Maplewood. Comes out of a similar form line there to a few of these, and caught the eye there in that run over 1600 metres. He steps back out in distance here and will need to work a little to get to the lead in his usual forward roll from gate 15. Number 8, Poster Paint, another one that looks our likely leader in the event, drawn a middle alley and was just swallowed late by Karib over 2,000 metres last start. The drop to 1,800 metres looks warranted and looks something that could aid his chances here tonight. 9, Vasilakos was last seen at Jebel Ali. He's been seen at Jebel Ali his last 3 runs. Makes his way to Meydan for the first time since late November last year. He's deep into the preparation, and hopefully we see him race well here, but this is his first run on turf for the season. Condor Passer was able to break maiden status last time out by a length. This looks tougher, but hopefully has taken confidence from that win. Ranchero was beaten 5 1/4 lengths in a lesser race than this behind Maplewood last start. But looking at his run 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali, he has been known to race well in stronger company. Results have been mixed. Hopefully he can put it all together tonight, but a wide draw could be costly. Law of Nature flattened out in the final stages of the race last start. He gets a good opportunity to find a nice spot in running once again. Dropping back in distance should aid his chances here as well. Richard Mullen rides for Musaba Al Mahiri.
13 is Mostawa, would need to improve on recent runs to be figuring here. Jim Crowley stays on board here for Heather Main. (14) is Algernon, Bernardo Pinheiro for Masaba Al-Maheri. 4 starts for 3 third placings. He comes into this as a maiden and would need to step up. Last few runs has been okay, but albeit in non-winners company. Number 15 is Silver Jubilee, Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson and His Excellency Sheikh Abaid. Only the one-time winner here, but last start was third, beaten at length by Maplewood and caught the eye in the late stages. He's certainly a horse working towards a win in the right race. And last but not least is Exciting Days. Sam Hitchcock for Doug Watson as well. There's multiple runners in the event. Down the track last time, out over 2,000 metres in behind Intricacy. He comes into an easier event. That's our runners. Race number 3 for the evening. It is the Valley, brought to you by Emar for 175,000 dirham.
Ed Crisford, trainer of Laser Guided, joins me now. How has he been since the Lord Glitters?
No, he's been in good form. He's trained really well. We've done a bit of stalls work with him, so hopefully today he behaves himself. But he's just been a little bit lucky in his races. He seems to sort of get there and just sort of peter out. But today with the draw, hopefully we can just sort of drop him in a bit and let him finish well.
He's always had the profile of one who can promise better. You assume it'll come at some point. Hopefully tonight will be the night.
No, absolutely. He's got tons of ability. It's just about getting it right. You know, the trip has always been a bit of a question mark. He seems to do most of his winning over a mile. And here he's been running sort of a mile 1 to a mile 2, basically. But I think he ran well over this trip before, so, it shouldn't be an issue. I just think he probably wants waiting with.
And great to have an informed jockey like Ben Cohen on top.
No, absolutely. He's done had a really good year for Sheikh Ahmed this year, and nice to have him on board.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Before we run our next race, race 3, we can't do it without doing the best turned out. We once again thank Ali Esser, CEO from PHI Advertising, for presenting the prize to the groom at number 5, Karaman Abdul Wahid. So runners now down at the start, ahead of race 3. We are back on the turf course, the Valley Handicap, 1,800 metres the trip. And let's look at number 10. That's Condor Passer in the shot. Adri de Vries in the plate for Fauzi Nas. And he broke through last time at the 6th attempt over 1,600 metres here in week 10. He beat Dahiz, who ran earlier over 1,200 metres on the card. Now, that wasn't a particularly strong race. I thought he's going to need a little bit more, but there is scope for progress. And he proved he could at least stay a trip last time, despite there being some potential doubts about him going further than sprinting. Extra 200 to stay tonight, of course, but the way he hit the line suggested it was well worth exploring, at least. He was close up last time as well, and probably will be again from a good berth in stall 3. Who's up against him? Well, Law of Nature. He's been in good form at the Carnival as well. Richie Mullen up for Mustafa Al-Maheri, course and distance winner. The win came just over a year ago. He's also won on the dirt at Jebel Ali over 1,400, and most recently at Al Ain on Christmas Eve, that's the 23rd of December. Ran a good race over 2,000 metres here in week 11, 2 lengths behind Karib and Poster Paint, the latter reopposing. They meet with a £1 swing in favour of this gelding. Yes, he has been pushed up £1 for his good run last time, but I thought that was fair enough. He was well clear of the remainder, and this slight drop hack and trip and the possibility of grabbing a good prominent pitch could be key to this horse's chances. Stall 2, pretty good. Towards the top of the handicaps, the handicap system at least in this race, Imperial Empire, Tygo Shea and Bupat Simar looking for a quick double after Mezzo Tinto finally got his elusive win. 5 of his 6 wins have come under the lights at Meydan. Best form has come on dirt, so it'll be interesting to see what he's able to offer on the grass. His win in week 7, it was memorable for all the wrong reasons, unfortunately, wasn't it? An ill-fated horse in front, which left him in the lead. I think the trip should suit. Is he going to show the same form on turf? Has won on grass before. That was a while ago now. Last turf win was over 1,600 here in January 2021. So 3 years on, they look to repeat the feat. So that's a quick look at some of the key protagonists, I should say. I'm with Poster Paint for Sandro Peva and Bupat Simar as well. For another syndicate, the Suited and Booted Racing and Falcon Racing team. Pat Comerford, all yours.
And haven't they had a great season, the Suited and Booted team with Mendelssohn Bay taking out one of our juvenile features earlier on. And hopefully Poster Paint can continue it for them. Sandro Peva to do the riding here. Mustawa and Exciting Days still yet to make their way forward here at the 1,800 metres as the breeze picks up on course here ahead of the 3rd event. Quite a breeze heading, I guess, with the straight, so they will have the wind, a tailwind heading into the turn, but along the back here they may be running into a slight headwind as Law of Nature comes up into line. And we are set to run. Cleared from the front. Poster Paint rears a little, settles racing. Law of Nature and also Laser Guided, they missed away in the early stages. Good speed out wide from first view. Poster Paint up in the mix as well in the early stages was Maplewood, along with out deeper Algernon, Mostawa. An eye on the prize from that wide draw is currently sitting 4 or 5 deep. Jose da Silva having to make a decision very shortly whether to press on. He provides Aeonian some cover along with Kahraman. Then came on the inside Condor Passer from Exciting Days. A length and a half to next in turn there was Ranchero, followed by Imperial Empire, who has settled and settled well. 5 back on the inside. Will need some luck from Vasilakos. Then came Silver Jubilee, Law of Nature, and tacking onto the back now is Laser Guided. 1,000 metres left to travel. 14:03, 25:73, and it is Poster Paint who boots through to the inside, leading the way from first view. Then came Algernon in 3rd. 4th, tracking the speed at this point in time, was Mostawa, followed by Maplewood. Eye on the prize has been deep, but had some cover throughout. Then came Kahraman, who's 4 deep at the moment into that turn. Underneath him is Aeonian, Exciting Days, Condor Passer 3 back the fence. From Imperial Empire, Ranchero getting going out out wider, Silver Jubilee, coursing through a couple of runners though, not going all the way around them. Then came Law of Nature from Laser Guided, and Vasilakos is out to the end. They come under the 450 and Poster Paint kicks away by a length and a half. First View still in pursuit with Mostawa. Deeper out on the course, eye on the prize, Algernon. Aeonian getting mobile out wide. Condor Passer makes runs up the inside with Poster Paint though, still the leader, still with a break of a length and a half on First View, who's continuing to battle on. Poster Paint from First View, who looks the only threat. Poster Paint though, staving them off. Poster Paint goes all the way. Gate to wire in the third. Half a length on First View, who has to settle for second. Exciting Days was third at a price, followed by Maplewood. Then came Mostawa, Silver Jubilee, and Laser Guided was about seventh from Law of Nature, Kahraman. Then came Aeonian from Ranchero, Condor Passer, Imperial Empire. Algernon was one of the last ones to cross over the line. Vasilakos dropped out from the 4. Poster Paint. Sandro Paiva rates him up in front well. And it isn't the first time he's been able to do that this season, but he's able to do it with Poster Paint, who got some nice sectionals there. Suited and Booted Racing picking up another winner in the Dubai Racing Carnival, getting over First View, who was very brave from a wide draw. Exciting Days has motored home under Sam Hitchcock from back in the field to run third, and Maplewood will take fourth. Unofficial numbers 8, 1, 16, 8, 1, 16 and 6, but Poster Paint rated well up front and goes on to lead all the way.
For just the second time in his career, Poster Paint has managed to win. Sandro Paiva has rated this absolutely perfectly from the front. They went an honest gallop, but he's been able to get a breather into his horse. He wasn't challenged for the lead, and I think that's proved crucial, as well as dropping back in trip 200 metres to an 1800 metre trip. It's just enabled him to get home, unlike he was able to over 2000 last time. Well, there was no shame in finishing second to Carib, with Law of Nature just in behind. But you wanted to be on the front end for this, and Poster Paint has beaten First View, who was always up there as well. But as Pat noted in commentary, there was a decision to be made with the eventual runner-up, and he chose not to press on, and that's probably helped both of those horses. Laser Guided, he once again has had problems with the stalls. This time it was being slowly away, and he's ran on. But the race had already gone at this point. And it's Syndicate's night here, and Meydan clearly in it for the sun. Won it with Mezzo Tinto in our previous race, and now Suited and Booted get in on the act as well. The Suited and Booted and Falcon Racing team, some of them are here tonight in the paddock, getting the interviews, getting the plaudits, and as well they should. They've been rewarded for campaigning a horse here out in Meydan, and they've got a good handicap in the bargain as well. He looked quite unlucky to bump into Carib, who went on to run well in Emirates Super Saturday, of course, in the Berge-Nahar, behind the ultra impressive winner. But he's not bumped into any tonight. Sandro Paiva, take a bow.
And it is Poster Paint who returns here to the winner's circle, a victor in the third event. It is the Valley, brought to you by EMA, over the 1800 metres. Race number 3 on the program. Unofficial numbers 8, 1, 16, 6. Poster Paint victorious in a time of 149.88. Margins 1.5, my apologies, margins a half length by 1 3/4, a half length by 1 3/4, 8, 1, 16 and 6, race 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome back into the winner's enclosure, Poster Paint, ridden by Sandro Paiva. Sandro Pavil weighing in after Poster Paint has won for the second time in his career. You thought he'd probably go forward, he did last time, and he was so unlucky to bump into a horse in Carib who went on to run so well on Emirates Super Saturday in a much higher grade. Drop back in trip, Sandro, it's paid dividends.
Yeah, he's improved a lot from the last race, and back home was great work, and was very excited to ride him today again.
And he's got the pace to lead the rest of them. What kind of gallop do you think you set out in front?
Well, today I have to send him to be him forward because I have some horse on my right side challenging, and the new are gonna go in front. So I use him to be in the beginning, and after hold his back and the steady pace, and wait for the straight line to brush the ball again.
You might not be done for the rest of the evening as well. You've got some more rides to come. I particularly like the look of Hassim in the last race, race 9.
Yeah, I have some last race. He did it well last time. I think he finished third, if I'm not wrong. I look forward.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given in race 3. 8, 1, 16 and 6. Correct weight, race 3. 8, 1, 16 and 6. Poster Paint, the winner. 149.88, a half length by 1 3/4. 8, 1, 16, 6. Correct weight.
We come to our next presentation, a handicap over 1,800 metres, won really nicely by Poster Paint from the front. Once again, we welcome Ahmed Al-Matroushi, part of the MR Group, to the stage to present the prizes. Thank you very much, sir, for giving the prizes away this evening. And thank you for MR's continued support of the Dubai Racing Club and Meydan throughout the course of the season. Great to see Poster Paint back in winning action, having gone so close over 2,000 metres the time before behind a horse who won so well last time in Carib. Representing Winning Connections, the Suited and Booted Syndicate and Falcon Racing team, Paul Ebbs and Isaac Kershey. as is always the way, sometimes you only just get a quick look at horses up in the pre-parade ring. I wanted to have a look at Destructive though, because he's a big, strong colt, isn't he? You can see why Connections were keen to give him a go on the dirt. Big, strong shoulders, back end, and he's unexposed so far. 0 from 3, but 2 runs packed full of credit, especially considering the slow start that he had in the Albastakaya. This represents a drop down in grade. He looks hard fit after his couple of runs out here. Only the 4th career lifetime one, but I just wanted to have a look at him with my own eyes because he could still yet be exciting. There could be bigger and better things to come for him, but to get to World Cup night, he really needs to be winning this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade here for race number 4 on the program. And it is a nice little race, this, the Dubai Marina, brought to you by IMA over the 1900 metres for 175,000 dirham. Let's head into the yard for our first horse, El Introvertido, who certainly made his presence felt in the last couple of starts at Jebel Ali, breaking the maiden convincingly, and then going down a narrow margin to home spin last start. He comes back to Meydan, a much fitter and confident horse, who hopefully can make his presence felt here. Coming into this off the rating of 83. He is a 3-year-old colt here, and due to the conditions of the race, does have to give quite a few of these weight. He comes in with a weight of 62 kilograms, does the Argentinian bred. Number 2, El Yabri, the 3-year-old colt by American Pharaoh. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Masaba Al-Mahiri. He was beaten at distance last time out. Comes back from listed company back to a conditions event over the same trip that he won over 2 starts ago. And that was here at Meydan on the dirt. Conditions suit from an inside draw for El Yabri. Number 3 is Acclaim to Royalty. He is a non-winner heading into this race, so he gets the 55 kilograms, and with Case Albaceti's claim, 53.5 for Osama Rafai, but would have to improve on his last performance, last couple of performances. Despite the fact that he has contested listed company, his last few runs have been a little plain to the eye. Number 4 is Destructive, the 3-year-old colt by More Than Ready. He draws a sticky gate in 13, but nothing went right last start after missing away. The start will be crucial for Destructive's chances here this evening, but on the proviso that he jumps with 55 kilos, he should be right in this. Number 5 is Fayad for Sandro Paiva and Bupat Sima, looking for a race-to-race double. Beaten a distance last time out here in behind El Yabri and faces a similar field here this evening. Number 6, Guns and Glory, his stablemate, comes through the same race. He was a lot closer, beaten 5.5 lengths, running 3rd. He has proven over this track and trip already, and hopefully improvement will be seen here in his 3rd career run.
7 is King of Luck, also for Bhupat Seema. Richard Mullen to do the riding here. He has been facing fields of similar grade, but down in distance over 1,000, 1,200 and 1,400 metres. So it is a big jump in distance for King of Luck, but we'll hopefully see him rise to the task. Ali Al-Badwawi brings in Meydan, who draws the car park in 15, so will need to be good from the gate. And he would need to improve on his last couple of runs, which at Jebel Ali and Meydan have been quite plain to the eye. Saif Al-Balushi will ride Prima Summer here for Bhupat Seema, who has a big team of runners in the race. And, well, it was Prima Summer who was beaten a distance behind Beautiful Love only a few weeks ago. Improvement will be required here. He steps out for his 6th career start. My apologies, that was a Phoenix of Oman that we saw there before. That was for Sam Hitchcock. He has his Meydan debut. This one's Prima Summer here. Saif Al-Balushi does the riding off the rating of 69 for Bhupat Seema. Number 11 Precedent, beaten a distance last time out. Royston French does the riding once again. Would need to improve 10 or 15 lengths to figure. Rama drops back in trip. Arguably finds a similar, if not harder, race than what he faced last time out, and he was down the track there. Yet to find his feet here is Rama, and the wide draw is going to make it tougher as well this evening as well. Also, number 15 Morjana. He's coming down here now. Gabriel Maloon rides the filly by Street Boss for Ahmed bin Hamash. She's had 3 runs for a 3rd, but again, beaten a distance on 2 occasions of those 3. Would need to step up. And last but not least, Tokyo Tower is our final horse. It will require a hot tempo on pace. If he does get that, we should see him running on from the back. He will have a tendency to give them a start, though. So hopefully he's up to his best here in this 4th event. That's our runners for the 4th race. And our 4th race here this evening, once again brought to you by Emaar, the Dubai Marina, for 175,000 dirham.
Nick, thanks for joining us for a quick word. How has Destructive been after the Al-Basta car?
Yeah, I mean, he ran a great race in that, and it's obviously quite a quick backup, so that's a bit of a concern, but he's showing no signs of any ill effects at home, so we're happy with him.
He's a sizable chap, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's a late April foal, so hopefully should only be improving.
I guess the question is the start from that draw. If he gets out quick and gets a good position, you'd be laughing.
Yeah, I mean, he's drawn it closer to Abu Dhabi, isn't he? So I think that's not ideal. But if he can get out and get a good posse, he should really have no excuses.
How have you enjoyed your experience of the Dubai Racing Carnival?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, no, obviously the season's getting going at home, so ready to go home. But no, the last couple of months have been fantastic.
Well, here's hoping he entitles you to one more roll of the dice. Best of luck.
Thanks, Anthony. Thank you.
Cheers. Time for the Best Turned Out Award, sponsored by PHI Advertising, and it was a hard one to work out. It was a great paddock worth of horses, but it was Ramar who took Best Turned Out. Congratulations to Adnan Gohar Aliasa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, to present the prize once again. Congratulations, Adnan Gohar. Well, very shortly, we'll know how Destructive is broken from the stalls just in front of the stands. I think if he gets out, as I said in the interview with Nick Bell, who kindly had a word with us representing the stable, if he gets out, grabs a position, he should be hard to beat off that Al Bastakaya effort. Yes, it is a quick backup, but not as quick as some of the horses that are appearing on this card that have had, some of them backing up after 6 days. His was in late February, and it was a really good run. It was a run absolutely packed full of credit, considering he could have just wilted away. A slow start, he was among the back markers, but he stayed on really nicely, made a big move as well to get himself in contention, but what goes up must go down. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to sustain the effort. He'd have been an absolute freak if he had been able to. If he's just a little bit more fleet of foot, I thought he'd be tricky to beat. That being said, Guns and Glory for Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema, he is a very worthy adversary who we surely haven't seen the best of. Sporting the colours of one of my stories of the Carnival, Never Show Weakness, and they'll be hoping that the headgear that have gone on, it might just help him to settle a little bit. Not settle, focus. Just keep his head in the game. And it would be absolutely no surprise to see him improve on just his third start as well. Tygo Shea draw more favourably than Destructive, who once again cops a wide draw. Guns and Glory well drawn in this contest. Here is the Southern Hemisphere 3-year-old El Introvertido, Adri de Vries for Fauzi Nas. And as he is a Southern Hemisphere 3-year-old, he does have to give weight away to the field. That is the curse you have to bear in a race like this. But he has, in theory, 6 months more of growing than some of the field, and in the case of a few of them, a little bit more. He's a really interesting contender. He's not done much wrong in his starts, and he's got the right man on top as well to be able to educate him through the process, as well as we have 2 minutes to post. El Introvertido, well, he's in fine fettle as well, isn't he? He bolted up at Jebel Ali in late January, came within a nose of winning again over the same 1600, but just lost out to home spin by a nose. Yes, he does have a lump of weight, but the trip does look worth another go for me. He's got some decent form around here too. If you look at his 6 lengths, back in 4th behind Never Show Weakness when he broke his maiden here in week 3. That was the first sign that he might just have better to offer. He has built on that. He's going to need to step up again with likely improvement from a few of them. Number 2, El Yabri's interesting. Just going into the stall beside him in stall 2. Will he be able to lead outright? That's a question for me. Well drawn to do so. Didn't handle the step up in grade in the Abbas Dakar, and on that basis, he's got some ground to make up on Destructive, who was managed to be beaten 6 lengths and 4th, just done for 3rd on the line. So loading has begun. Shortly, Guns and Glory will be heading into his decent stall. Stall 4 for him, Tiger Shea. And Bupat Simar, the trainer, looking for another winner on the night. Mezzo Tinto breaking his maiden, Post to Paint getting a 2nd win of his career. Guns and Glory looking to get a first one by his name as well. They're starting to load. There's about half the field to go as it currently stands. I'd be surprised if the winner doesn't come from any of those I've mentioned. With a 3-year-old race like this, especially at this stage of the season, you're hoping for a big performance, one that can project you to maybe a UAE Derby this year, or maybe more likely next year's horse. Up to Pat.
Thank you, Anthony. I agree with you as well. I thought this horse loading away Destructive, I think he was best of the night material, but we will be holding our breath as to whether or not he jumps. And the line is cleared, set to run, where our eyes focus to stall 13, Racing. He was away midfield, Destructive, and Pat Cosgrave having to hustle him early, and he finds a bit of traffic as well. Guns and Glory goes up to the lead here, passed now by King of Luck, Precedent, deeper out, working up into it Morjana. Destructive is going to be 5 deep into the first bend, and out further was Meydan as they make their way off the running. Speed is good early. El Introvertido behind them. El Yabri sneaks up, just copped interference there as they come onto the back section of the course. From Acclaim to Royalty, 3 lengths back to Phoenix of Oman, Prima Summer, Fire, Drama, and Tokyo Tower back to the end, and he'd be 15 to 16 off the leader. 8.80, 19.82 as Guns and Glory keeps them ticking along at okay sections. A length and a half here. From up on the outside into 2nd, Precedent, just covering King of Luck. Destructive has been no better than 4 deep the journey. From El Introvertido, El Yabri, now pressed along out in the back of the field here was Morjana. He's dropping away into the 2nd division here. Passed now by Fayad and Phoenix of Oman. Then came Meydan from Acclaim to Royalty. Rama was 3rd to last, followed by Prima Summer. Tokyo Tower gets closer. Guns and Glory's had this to his own liking up in front here and leads the way by 2 lengths. King of Luck, El Introvertido. Destructive already pushed along, but is starting to close ranks now with El Yabri. A gap back to Precedent, dropping away with Fayad. The rest of these cannot win. As they come past the 500 metres, it's Guns and Glory the leader. From next in turn there, King of Luck. Destructive going back now. He's got about 5 or 6 to pick up. Guns and Glory going clear. Guns and Glory for Bupat Simar, Tiger Shea. Hunting for 3 here this evening, Bupat Simar. This one for Mrs. Fitriani Hay and goes clear. We've seen this in these colours so far this season before, plenty of times. Guns and Glory goes clear by 10 lengths. Some win this. Guns and Glory goes on to win well. Guns and Glory beats home. El Yabri just, Fayad 3rd, and 4th across the line there was King of Luck, followed there by Destructive. Unfortunately did too much work there early. El Introvertido was next from Rama, then came next over Tokyo Tower, Prima Summer. These rest of these as well were plodding over the line. Acclaim to Royalty, Phoenix of Oman, Precedent, and the last 2 to cross over were Meydan along with Morjana. He has absolutely run these ragged here, has Guns and Glory, and won very well. Guns and Glory, the 3-year-old colt by Gunrunner, off the mark of 81, takes out the 4th event on the program here. The Dubai Marina, brought to you by Emar. Some win that, and we await the margin. You'd say over a dozen.
Just wow. That was impressive, to put it mildly. Guns and Glory has absolutely brained them. From the front, he dictated matters. Yes, others have they've likely underperformed. Destructive, he was caught 5 wide. He had to use up a lot of petrol. El Yabri has flown from the clouds to pick up the pieces. But even if they'd had a fair race, with this headgear on for the first time, Guns and Glory looks a different animal. The crowd are chanting, "Oh, you never show weakness in disguise," because he is won in the manner of a fast improving horse. It was perhaps a little bit disappointing last time that he wasn't able to get a little bit closer. He maybe showed his greenness. He didn't change his legs when asked to pick up the eventual winner, and he cost himself some valuable momentum. Well, how do you solve that? You put some headgear on, and you say to Tiger O'Shea, do what you want, go to the front, lead them a merry dance, and look at the result. Guns and Glory. I'm interested to get Tig's take on this, and Bupat's, of course, because he very much looks like next year's horse. And having won over this trip, you start to wonder exactly what might be possible for him. 1900 metres this evening, a valuable conditions race, and one you were hoping to see a good performance for. Well, we certainly got that. Guns and Glory, gun to the lead and took all the glory.
And the numbers here for the Dubai Marina over the 1900 metres, 6-2, 5 and 7. 6-2, 5 and 7. Guns and Glory gets the win, 158.65, and the margin, 12 by a neck. 6-2, 5 and 7. 6-2, 5 and 7, our numbers for race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just under halfway through the card, but we'll do very well to see another performance as impressive as that. Guns and Glory off the mark, and a Tiger O'Shea, a double for the jockey.
Thank you.
Two winners on the night for Tiger Shape, both of them getting off the mark at very different stages of their career. And Guns and Glory, well, he had new headgear combination, he was able to lead. What was the difference tonight, Pat?
Well, his rider here is got a fall off him yesterday morning, and unfortunately broke her leg. So she takes all the plaudits. She has to put up with him every morning. But he's a bit of a handful in the mornings, and poor Jennifer's out for a while. Partially she broke her leg yesterday. But yeah, look, he's a big baby. He knows he's a full horse, and he knows what he has him for, and he spends a lot of the time on his hind legs. And but look, I said to Dr. Hay, I thought he'd win the first day, to be honest with you, and he just took a run, and then the next day, even though he ran third, he disappointed me. So we thought he was better than that, and that was the real Guns and Glory tonight. And I think the headgear helps, you know. A young horse. I said from the beginning of the season to boot, but I thought he was going to shape up to be a UAE Derby horse, and I think he's shown tonight what he's shown us all along.
Well, is that out of the question at this point, or is he next year's horse?
Well, I think Dr. Hay would like to have. He has a couple penciled in for World Cup night, and you know, there's only one UAE Derby, and Dr. Hay and Fitri are very huge supporters of the game. So no, I'd say look, he didn't have a hard race tonight. I just lit up his neck. He done it very easy. So yeah, I'd say if he gets the invite, he'll take it up.
Very impressive. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given. Correct weight in race number 4. Guns and Glory victorious. Correct weight, race 4.
What a performance we've just seen. Guns and Glory absolutely bolting up from the front in our 3-year-old conditions race. Proudly sponsored by MR and part of the MR group, and presenting prizes all evening, Ahmed Al-Matroushi. Thank you very much, sir, for once again giving the prize away. And we might look back on this moment as the first of many prizes for a very promising 3-year-old colt who has put himself firmly in line for some big prizes to come out here. Looking forward to finding out exactly what the plan will be. Should we get to the presentation though? The winning connections, Dr. Jim and Fitrihe. And we're joined on the stage by Dr. Jim Hay now. Jim, so impressive.
Sorry?
That was very impressive.
That was extremely impressive, yeah.
I mean, were you expecting that? The headgear, the chance to go forward?
Not to win by as easily as that and by that distance, but we've always reckoned that this horse is a very, very good animal, yeah? But he's still a big, big baby. There's a lot of improvement left, I think.
Well, might we see that improvement later on this season? There is the small matter of the UAE Derby.
Well, that's what Bupat is talking to Alex Cole, our racing manager, about. So after winning like that tonight, I think he should have every chance, yeah.
Is he very much a work in progress still at this point? This was the first time we've seen anything like it from him like that.
I mean, this is only his third race. In his last race, he was third. And Ty came back and said he spent most of the race looking around about the other horses, yeah. He was clueless. The first race, we always thought he could win that. But yet again, he was just a bit weak, a bit babyish. But tonight, he's actually shown he's come on a ton, yeah.
It's been a wonderful Dubai Racing Carnival for you, not just with this colt, but never show weakness going up the grades. Why do you love it here?
I mean, my wife, I notice, is now number 4 in the owner's stable, yeah? I think that's 21 runners, now 5 winners, and I think about 80 of them, they've all been in the first 4. So this has been a very, very good carnival for us. Bupat, fantastic trainer. Sometimes we don't get the break with the draw, but there you go, that's racing.
But you'd had runners out here before with UK trainers. What was the concerted effort to have them with UAE trainers?
Well, probably 2 reasons. First of all, UK prize money is pretty awful, right? This is where the money is. So we decided that we would switch and deliberately buy horses that could run in the dirt. So if you notice, we've got a lot of dirt runners, gun runner pedigrees, Munnings pedigrees. So it's a deliberate tactic to bring them here, run them here, or we run them in America. We'll still have horses in the UK because that's the place to hopefully breed the stallions.
Very exciting times, and it just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So we're looking forward to the World Cup now. Wesley Ward's going to bring Nakatomi, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup, 6 furlongs. All the reports are he's looking at good form, so fingers crossed for him.
A lot to look forward to. Well done.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We've just seen guns and glory. It's time for your share of the glory. It's Faces at the Races! Now that's what we want to see. Big smiles. Wave to the camera, show those pearly whites, and you could win 500 dirhams. And you get to go to my favourite place at Meydan, Concourse B, the reward centre. It sounds enticing. I promise you it is. There's free money there. 500 dirham. You'd love that. Right, let's see exactly. Oh, who have we here? Who have we? Fantastic! There's no smile in your face, sir, but that was inventive, and that's what we're all about on Faces at the Races. 500 dirham for you.
Welcome back here to the parade here for the 5th event on the program. Head back onto the turf here over the 1600 metres. And this is for the Downtown Dubai, brought to you by EMA for 210,000 dirham. Number 1, El Patriota, is the first horse we have a look at. He'll spot the white distinguishing cap. Richard Mullen to ride off the rating of 100. Drawn a little sticky in 13. Has been racing in Group and listed company. He heads back here to handicap grade. Looks a much more suitable class of race. Number 2, Royal Dubai. He was a winner 2 starts ago. Last time out, 6 lengths behind Naval Power at Group 2 level. He returns to the grade, similar grade to where he won at last time out, albeit over a mile this time as opposed to 1800. Number 3 is Nibris Passion. He draws 11, the 3-time winner. He's at the 21 starts. He was beaten a length and a half by Fort Payne last time out over 1400 metres, and should appreciate the step up here to 1600. Has been racing very well of late. Number 4 is Zainam. Sandro Paiva does the riding here for Musaba Al Maheri. Last time out was beaten 3 1/4 by Vaffatino. That was back in December of last year. He's been off the scene a little while. One of 3 runners for Shadwell. He wears the black cap.
Another one here in the field for not only Stud Lapom but also Julio Olajuara. Jose de Silva jumps on board Ajusta Fiscal, who was down the track in behind Military Law only last week in the Group 2, and he drops back in distance and onto the turf here for this run. Draws the ace as well. He's an 8-time winner heading into this off 29 starts. Nebris Angel will spot the red distinguishing cap here. Marcelino Rodriguez claims 2.5, getting him down to 50, her down to 57. The 4-year-old filly by Harry Angel. This one for Ishmael Muhammad. 7 starts for the 2 wins and was last 5.5 off English Rose over 1,800 metres at Group 2 level. Nice form. A lot of these coming down from Group Company. McManaman has to rise to the task here. He comes up in grade here after taking out a 65 to 90 by a length there over changing colours back on the 16th of February. He got all favours last time out. From gate 3, he should get a nice run in transit. Will he be able to rise to the task? That's the big question. Secret Victory will appreciate the drop back to Handicap Company, but has been beaten at distance the last couple. And despite dropping back to an easier task, would need to improve on recent performances. Street Mood, we know we saw him win over 1,700 at Sharjah. That was 4 starts ago. The last couple of runs, he has been a little bit behind the 8 ball. Last start at Abu Dhabi was his best run to date since his win. He will need some luck from gate 15 though. He is drawn right off the track. All the King's men's 2 runs to date in the UAE have been a little plain, to be fair. Beaten a distance last time out in behind Uzo. He does strike an easier race this time, but would need to improve dramatically on that last start run. Saif Al-Balushi jumps aboard Count Rostov for Ahmed bin Hamash, the 7-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Stepping out for the 22nd start tonight, dropping back from a listed race at Abu Dhabi. Meydan comes back from Group Company. Has been no better than 10 1/4 lengths away from in recent starts. Has had 2 runs this season so far and comes into this 3rd up, the easiest race he has faced so far to date this season. King of Time drops back in trip from the 1,800 after going down by 5.5 lengths to Uzo. This looks an easier race. And Mr. Raj is the 15 for Ahmed bin Hamash and Sam Hitchcott. He was coming out of that listed race in behind Nibris Passion, who he faces here again. He was beaten 6 lengths last time out. That was at Abu Dhabi. Might appreciate the switch back to Meydan tonight. Lucky last horse will be Manada, but yet to make its way into the parade here. The 5-year-old, so we will wait to see when he joins us very shortly.
Right, time for the best turned out. Aliesa from PHI Advertising is back to award the best turned out to number 12, Count Rostov. Congratulations, Rajendra Kumar. You have won a prize for your charge being the best turned out for our upcoming race. Race 5 here at Meydan.
And last but not least, to have a look at Manada, who comes out late here under Jim Crowley, one of 3 runners here for Shadwell, represented by 3 separate stables. But Bupat Seema, already with 3 winners tonight, trains Manada, and he'll be hoping to see him run well here. The 5-year-old gelding by Giants Causeway, who comes into this with 3 wins from 8 starts and returns from the Group 3 Jebel Ali Mile in behind Swingboat.
Runners down at the start ahead of race 5. And there is Nibras Passion. Now watch your Nibrasses, because there's Nibras Angel as well. And don't make the same mistake I did. I've ended up tipping Nibras Angel in the tipping challenge versus Pat Comerford. I meant Nibras Passion, but it's too late now, so I'm gonna have to cheer the filly on. Nibras Passion, I think she has a decent chance. He has a decent chance in this. See, I'm still doing it. But Abu Dhabi, that tends to be where his best form has come. Taking the listed President Cup in February from Fort Payne. He turned the tables in the Ras Al Khor on Emirates Super Saturdays 6 days ago. But this gelding still ran at 4th at a huge price in the international markets. That Ras Al Khor run was very credible, considering he was the worst placed of the first 4. And he was ridden to close. And in that respect, that was a big performance. A wide draw does complicate things a little bit. But he is also, over this trip, he is 0 from 6. Over 1,600 metres. That could be a concern. We'll see how he gets on, though. I'm fascinated to see what Tiger Shea does from stall 11. Royal Dubai's been in great form. First win at the Dubai Racing Carnival this year for Lucy Botti. Ben Cohen looking for another winner on the evening himself. That win was back in week 9. It was a dominant win, too. He then ran out pretty well, I would say, went up to Group 2 level in the Singspiel. That was in week 12. He's dropping back into handicaps. He's in an arguably tougher race than the one he won a few weeks ago. I thought he'd need a little bit of luck from stall 10 as well, given he won from stall 4, which enabled him to break well and grab a spot. So Connections need a bit of luck early on, and he is £8 higher to contend with as well. Even so, though, we might not have seen the best of him, dropping back in trip and grade. Here's McManaman, and the scenes at the trophy presentation when Gary Alsop was whooping and hollering after this gelding won. Well, they live long in the memory, to be honest. Now, what chance of a repeat performance from Horse and Owner? We know if he wins, Gary will probably be dancing around the winner's enclosure once again. But he does need to back that win up over a further 200 metres. That's not impossible. And I remember Pat saying in the winning interview afterwards that he was worried he'd gone too soon because he was in the perfect position. He just needed to switch out and come with one run. And it looked like Changing Colours was hanging in there. I think McManaman was idling a little bit. I think the trip is worth a go, but I think what Pat will do will leave it as late as possible. He'll try and travel, and he'll come with just one go at whoever's in front of him, whoever's given him a toe into the race. He's once again drawn really well. It was stall 2 last time, it's stall 3 this evening. And if he can just stay this extra 200 metres, then his consistency will once again be rewarded. He hasn't won too often, but he is highly effective at Meydan. Right, here's my pick, Nibras Angel, for the reasons I gave already. Marcelina Rodriguez claiming 5 for Ismail Mohammed. She's the sole filly in this field. The form hasn't had a bad look to it recently. 3rd to Meydan Dubai, showing her in good heart in week 5. And then she went 4th in week 7 in the Group 2 Cape Verde. That was among her best. And she ran really well in the Balanchine as well. She's back into handicap company. She's gone up to 95 for those good runs. They claim off her back with Marcelino Rodriguez. I think he's had 4 winners for the season, which is no mean feat for a claiming jockey, given that the big boys tend to get the best rides and therefore the best chances of winning. And I thought she'll be keeping on at the finish. She could do with a bit of pace to bring her into the contest, would be my only concern. But I've tied my colours to her, and hopefully she'll be able to replicate the kind of form she's shown against her own sex, but in pattern contests, back in a handicap against colts and geldings. We will see with Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. Wind starting to really swirl up here on level 6. Not sure how it's feeling down on ground level, but very interesting. The flagpoles have gone from obviously directing towards the fact that there was a tailwind. Now a few of them are sitting pretty stagnant as this wind starts to swirl around the racetrack. The weather reports suggest that this rain won't be hitting us for a little while, and we will be able to get this race meeting over and done with, but you do get the sense with this wind gusting around that this rain is inevitable and going to be evident pretty soon. So Nibris Angel comes up for Marcelino Rodriguez. Ishmael Muhammad with a good hand in the race here. Nibris Passion and Nibris Angel both looking like they are within hopes for this event, and they've been able to get a nice enough draw for both of these. Here comes El Patriota. He wears the white cap. Stud La Pomme and Julio Olajuara with a double-pronged attack in this event. Both highly rated horses who have certainly impressed this season. Quite versatile as well, having good runs on both the turf and the dirt. Jim Crowley makes his way forward here on Monada. 3 for Shadwell for 3 separate yards. But Monada, the one that will have our attention on. Main rider Jim Crowley on board, and also the stable of Bupat Seema, already with 3 winners tonight. And he is their inclusion for Shaker Hissa in the event. Loading away is Royal Dubai to complete them here at the 1600 metres. And we are underway. And everything got a very fair start. One of the better starts of the evening, and that will be tough to top. Secret Victory away fast with McManaman. Deeper out on the course, All the King's Men. Mornada going up there with Count Rostov, and Nibris Angel's going to work across as well. From Zainam, who's going to find a nice spot back on the running rail. Then came Meydani. Deeper out on the course, El Patriota. He's 3 deep with the back. King of Time is on the inside, 3 back and on the steel. From a length and a half back sees Royal Dubai, a similar margin there to Street Mood. Then came Augusta Fiscal, followed by Nibris Passion, and Mr. Raj is out to the end. So 1,000 metres left to go. 14.18, 25.31. Sections are moderate, as it is All the King's Men who shoots through and takes over the lead, leading by a length and a half. Mornada deep in second. From Nibris Angel, Count Rostov. Then came deeper out with a back at the moment is a Secret Victory. McManaman's tucked in behind them as well. Zainam's going to need some luck. 3 back the paint. Followed there by King of Time, Meydani. Coursing around them was El Patriota from Street Mood. Then came back in the field Nibris Passion with a few to pick up. Next was Augusta Fiscal. Mr. Raj has seen them all the entire way as Monada picks up and takes and claims All the King's Men. Nibris Angel comes to the inside to try and challenge, along with McManaman. Deeper out, El Patriota starting to work into it with King of Time. King of Time looking very bold here in the late stages. Monada starting to stop. Here's King of Time and Royal Dubai the inside. Royal Dubai working through, weaves through and gets the job done. Good win, Royal Dubai, and a double for Ben Cohen. King of Time second. Third across Mornada, got swallowed late from Augusta Fiscal. Then came El Patriota. Following them in the run there was Nibris Passion, Meydani, McManaman, Nibris Angel. Street Mood didn't find much in the late stages. Same can be said for Secret Victory. Then came Zainam from Count Rostov. Mr. Raj was at the back throughout, and All the King's Men knocked up at the 3. Very, very good win. Royal Dubai took the inside passage, Ben Cohen, and is able to score here with Royal Dubai. Lucia Botti picks up her 2nd win for the Dubai Carnival and goes on to score here well with Royal Dubai, winning in similar style under Patrick Dobbs about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and has been able to pick up another win here tonight. King of Time, very brave on the line there to almost claim the winner. He loomed up very well. 2:14, 6 and 1. Royal Dubai, the winner of race number 5.
Well, let's track him through Royal Dubai, because this was very impressive. Shades of Ouzo in the Lord Glitters. He's needed to duck, dive and weave through. On his previous win at the Dubai Racing Carnival, he was in touch with the leaders. This time he was held up to pick up the pieces, and he really has. You have to feel for connections of King of Time. It felt like Audrey de Vries was rating it absolutely perfectly. He loses nothing in defeat, but he's just bumped into a horse who is ahead of his mark of 100. He had to prove he was worth that, but you felt he probably could be, given that he performed with credit in the Group 2 Singspiel over 1,800 metres here on the same card as the UA Oaks and the Balanchine et al. But his win over course and distance the time before, that was off 92. He's won this off £8 higher, and this is a 4-year-old colt going places. He's not always going to get the charm run through, but he's shown versatility, hasn't he? Ben Cohen riding with ice in his veins. He rode for luck. He knew the best possible way from the position that he was in was cutting back to that inside, and that's ultimately made the difference in the end. Monada, you feel for him. He was there to be shot at. He's been gunned down late, but take nothing away from him. And El Patriota as well, on a rare go on the turf for him. He's shown good form back in fourth, just ahead of his stablemate Ajusta Fiscal. And Nibras Angel was well placed under Marcelino Rodriguez, couldn't quicken when the time came. I'm not sure McManaman loves this distance. Once again, it hasn't worked out for him, even though he was perfectly placed from his low draw. But Royal Dubai, an apt winner. The crowd loved it, and it's not surprising. A really nice performance.
And the numbers in race number 5, 2:14, 6 and 1. Royal Dubai, the winner for Ben Cohen, picking up a double on the evening. 1:36.10 winner's time. Margins are neck by 1.5. 2:14, 6 and 1. Race 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome back in for the second time at the Dubai Racing Carnival this year, Royal Dubai! Ben Cohen weighing in for the second time this evening as a winner. And a very impressive performance it was. You took the brave man's route.
Yeah, we went quite quick and I was able to get a nice pitch on the rail, but I had the horse underneath me. I just needed the gaps to open up in front of me, but every time they opened, he was game.
A split-second decision like that, well, it can go really one of two ways, both the opposite extreme of it. Were you confident it would work out?
I suppose when you're in the race, you're not really thinking about that. You're just hoping for the next gap to come, and they did. So, look, it worked out today, but it doesn't always.
No, but when it does, it's wonderful. I just wanted to touch on the fact it's the last meeting of the Dubai Racing Carnival, yes, World Cup is coming up, but it's a time of reflection, and you reflect on your first season out here proper under in a job with Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. It must have given you a lot of thrills this season.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's been amazing. All the team at Jebel Ali, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed, Mohammed Al Shahi and Michael, of course, they've all been very good to me, and yeah, hopefully I'll be back next year.
Hope so. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given race number 5. 2:14.6 and 1. 2:14.6 and 1. Royal Dubai gets the job done. 1:36.10. Margins a neck by 1.5. Royal Dubai, your winner of race number 5.
Time for the trophy presentation of the downtown Dubai. We welcome to the stage for the first time to present the prizes Ahmed Al-Falassi from the MR Group. Thank you, sir, for lending your time and sponsorship to this great event. And it certainly did not disappoint. It was a great finish. In the end, it was Royal Dubai who once again won at the Dubai Racing Carnival. And we can welcome up some of our winning collections. Let's start with the winning owners, Saeed and Awad Sultan Al Rahumi. And now it's time to recognise a fine training performance from Lucia and Valentina Botti. And what about the man on top? Ice in his veins, charting the brave man's route up the inner for the second time this evening, Ben Cohen! Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if we could bring back in the winning connections for one final photo. Those involved with Royal Dubai. Joined by Luci Botti for the second time this Dubai Racing Carnival. Royal Dubai getting you back in the winners' enclosure. You must be delighted.
We're absolutely delighted. He's an unbelievable horse, and as you know, there's not many horses winning twice during the season, and he done it, so very proud.
Very proud. He showed his versatility as well. Last time he was a bit further forward. This time, well, you must have had hands on your head when you were looking at the position he had to close from.
I must say it was fairly long straight for us to watch it, but Ben said he absolutely loved it and he travelled nicely into the race and everything planned well, so yeah, we're delighted.
What will be the plan now? Take him back to Europe, see what he can do?
I think we're going to wait a few days and see if invitations going to come for the Godolphin Mile. Otherwise, we're going to go home and come back again next year.
How have you enjoyed your time out in the Dubai Racing Carnival? It's been a great success, but have you enjoyed everything and all of the things around it as well?
Well, we've been coming for years and we had lots of success in the past, but obviously, running in my name and hopefully develop this into a proper business, then we love every minute. We love every minute of it.
How does it feel seeing your own name in the race card now?
Well, I'm getting used to it. It's great pleasure, and I'm very privileged to be here and to have a runners, never mind winners. So I'm absolutely delighted and grateful.
Well, I'll get used to it further. You're absolutely flying. Well done again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers.
And welcome back to the parade here for race number 6 on the program. We get set here for the Dubai Hills Estate, brought to you by EMA for 175,000 dirham, 65 to 85 here over the 1900 metres for the second time this evening. Here's number 1, Grand Dubai. He makes his return here after a freshen up. Haven't seen him since the 10th of November last year. He's only had the one run this season so far. The 6-year-old entire by Dawn approach for Mohammed Ibrahim, who trains him now. He'll carry the 62 kilos, and Sandro Paiva jumps on board. Number 2, Attribution, Royston French for Salim bin Gadaya, draws 11, looking for his 5th win tonight at start 16. Followed there next by number 3 in Ghost of the Mambo, who we see return to Meydan here. Haven't seen him at Meydan for quite some time. Has been racing at Jebel Ali quite a bit. Patrick Cosgrave races on board here for Bupat Sema. He races over a similar trip to last time, where he was beaten 3/4 of a length by the local runner there in Macfowl. Lion's Mane drops in trip from 2200 to 1800 to 1900, but he was quite impressive taking out that race there over Military Option. He steps up in class and drops in distance, but draws the ace. Perfect Balance, the 6-year-old son of Invincible Spirit, Richard Mullen, will ride for Bupat Sema. He was beaten a distance last time out over 2,000 metres. He drops slightly in trip, but heads onto the dirt as well. We saw him victorious 3 starts ago at Sharjah. Number 6 is Arabian Tale. He's raced on the turf his last couple of starts, including a victory there over the mile, breaking his maiden at Abu Dhabi. He heads on to the dirt here. Not the first time we've seen him on the dirt. He did run 3rd in his only run to date on the surface. Mashcore comes into this fresh off a maiden victory over 1,800 metres at Jebel Ali. We'll see if his can transfer some of that form to Meydan here tonight. Sakara King was a winner 2 starts ago at Elaine on the dirt. Came to Meydan last time out on the turf, was down the track. So they've returned back to the dirt here. We'll see if this suits him a little better. Number 9 is Branwell. We'll see whether or not the rise back out to 1900 metres might see him racing over a more suitable trip, but his recent form hasn't been promising. Yerman is the 10, beaten 14 lengths last time out at Jebel Ali. He's on the backup here, racing tonight. Jose Santiago rides for Akbar Ashur. Aldasia heads back to the dirt here after a turf win over 2400 at Abu Dhabi. He has had no dirt wins so far in 9 attempts, so one begs to question if we'll see improvement from that last start run. Oasis Moon has been down the track his last couple, including maiden grade. This looks a lot tougher. He'll find this very difficult. Same can be said for the 13, Al Warith, who has been trying to break that maiden tag and is yet to get the job done in non-winners grade or handicap graded races. And 14, Al Pastor. He'll wear the blue cap here to separate himself from a lion's mane. Comes into this with 3 runs to date and yet to figure all of those in maiden company. This is his toughest race to date, so he will find this tough. Runners heading to post here for race number 6.
That's right, Ali Essa, CEO of PHI Advertising, is back once again to present the Best Turned Out award for race 6. And number 8, Sakara King, has won it. Congratulations to Inder Singh, the groom. We're flying through. Race 6, horses are down at the start. Getting a good warm-up into them. Just going maybe a couple of 100 metres up the straight and bring them back, and shortly they will be loading. Some opting for more vigorous warm-ups than others, a couple trotting down to Boast. And number 4, Lion's Mane, looks cool, calm and collected. He won't be in a second, especially not from stall 1. I thought Connor Beasley might send him forward over this trip, 1,900 metre trip, 2,200. He needed a good test of that trip to run down Military Option when we saw him in winning action in week 11. He won in really good fashion. I'd just be a little bit concerned about the drop back and trip, but how I thought he might be able to negate that is if Connor Beasley uses the ace draw in stall 1, surrenders the rail to no one and keeps the lead, and hopefully he'll be able to make this a proper test at the trip. He arrives in good form, he's unexposed still. I thought he'd have more to give off 5 pounds higher. He's now on 80. We are hearing Grand Dubai has had a vet check request by Sandra Paver, so we will bring you any news that we have there. Let's have a look at number 6 in the interim, Arabian Tail, who is drawn on the other side from Lion's Tail. Arabian Tail is Lion's Mane, I should say. Tiger O'Shea looking for another winner. Bhupat Seema the same. Having a good evening, those gentlemen, as they have done in many weeks of the Dubai Racing Carnival so far. He's got the potential for more, this gelding. Unexposed 5-year-old. He's having just his 5th lifetime start as well. Only his 4th in the UAE. Broke his maiden on the turf at Abu Dhabi against subsequent to Dubai Racing Carnival winner Mount Tambora. We'll see him a bit later. He ran well here in week 16 behind Carib. It was a little bit disappointing he wasn't able to show a bit more, as we hear that Grand Dubai number 1 has been scratched. So he is a late non-runner on veterinary advice. So that will have implications if you're watching internationally on the international markets. But we can confirm that Grand Dubai has been withdrawn from this race and will not be taking part on vet's advice. Well done to Sandro Paver, requesting the vet check. Clearly he felt something was wrong, and that's absolutely the right thing to do. Number 3 in here, another for Bhupat, goes to the Mambo, Pat Cosgrave on board. All the wins have come at Jebel Ali, 3-time winner there, 0 from 5 here across 3 seasons of racing, but at least he's arriving in good nick. He's been in the frame the last 3 times, ran a season's best when 2nd up the hill last month. Not too surprising, I guess, that Tiger Showman, Arabian Tail, he looks like one of great potential, albeit that this 7-year-old gelding is drawn really nicely in stall 3. You'd like to see him break on terms, though, and he can be slow away, which would turn that blessing draw into an absolute curse if he's copping all the kickback. He'd have to be a very tough customer to be able to come through that. We will see. And let's have a look at number 9 as well, Branwell. He's another in here who I think would like a little bit further. Bernardo Pinheiro up for Musaba Al-Maheri. And if this was a 2,200 metre handicap, I think he'd have absolutely solid claims. He'll like a return to the dirt. Just feel like this test is a bit sharp for him. But he does like it here. And if it became a real test, then I think he probably could have more of an impact. The worry would be is if it's just an honest pace over 1,900, he might just be found wanting. So they're just starting to load, and we will know shortly exactly. The opening part of these races are so informative because you don't have too long to the turn. By the time you pass the winning post, you realistically want your position because you've got very little time before they go into that sharp turn. And if you're caught wide, that's a real worry going forward, and your race might already be run. We will see. Will Lion's Mane go forward under Connor Beasley, looking to get his name on the score sheet for the first time this evening? Tiger O'Shea having a great time on Arabian Tail, just drawn quite wide. He's going to need a bit of luck in the run. Let's get up to Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. Looking forward to our 6th event on the card here. And as you mentioned, Lion's Mane will be keeping our eyes peeled to 1. Will he utilise the inside gate? It is what he has as an advantage over this horse loading forward now in Arabian Tail, and you can be sure Tiger O'Shea will be keeping his eye left. trying to slot in here and get a spot with cover. Oasis Moon loads away, comes up with perfect balance. The last one to load away at big odds on the international market, El Pastor. The Meydan having its 4th run and showing signs of a horse here who hasn't done this many times before and has dislodged Gabriel Maloon here at the gates. He seems to be A-OK. Has been thrown back up. And he will come back in. El Pastor. He's not wanting to play ball here. And the blindfold has been applied. The rest of these wait patiently. So once again, take note, Grand Dubai scratched on veterinary advice. So he has come out here, the one. Not taking his place here in the event. Pastor comes up. Blindfold snapped, and we're underway. He didn't jump all too bad, did El Pastor, despite being in the widest stall. Good speed to the inside, Lion's Mane vigorous, with Attribution working across Arabian Tail to find a nice spot and tries to slot in. Branwell, Sakara King, Mashcore gets the worst of it there as they squeeze up at the turn. Then came next in running there was Ghost of the Mambo. Perfect Balance has been thrown out wide. It was like Dodgem cars there as they made their way off the front. From next in turn there, Oasis Moon, Al Raweith, and the last one there was they work along the back was Al Deja. So 1,300 metres left to travel. And Attribution gets it his own way up in front under Royston French. 8.60, 19.69, so the fractions are moderate as Arabian Tail goes up to try and get this leader to click it up just a little bit more. Sakara King 3rd, 4th was Branwell in the 1-1. Lion's Mane has to settle back for 3 back the fence, and 5th from Mashcore, Ghost of the Mambo. Then came Yerman, followed by El Pastor already being pushed along. Perfect Balance has found the running rail here after being forced out 8 wide there at the first bend. Now El Pastor is going to be going through them here. He's going to be a bollard for these back markers very shortly. Al Deja was next, Al Raweith, and the last one there, Oasis Moon. So 650 metres left to go, and Attribution still keeps going here. Now pushed along by Royston French. Arabian Tail getting mobile out wide, already under the stick here by Tygo Shea. Sakara King tracks well into it. Ghost of the Mambo was next. Lion's Mane's not picked up at all here in the late stages. Perfect Balance to the inside. Al Deja and El Pastor the next one. It's Attribution. Sakara King just needs the run here. Sakara King's going to be something beat if he doesn't get it. He gets it now up the inside as Attribution breaks down and drops away. It's Arabian Tail here from Sakara King. Sakara King fighting up on the inside from Arabian Tail. Tight go down to the line. Arabian Tail finds something late. Arabian Tail draws away another one for Seema. 1 length and 3/4. Beats home Sakara King. Geez, he was something beat there. He got restricted there twice down the straight. Yerman next. Ghost of the Mambo was the one next over from Al Deja. Then came Lion's Mane, followed there by Perfect Balance. You can put a line through that. That was a horror run there and no luck. El Pastor was the next one over from Oasis Moon. Then came Mashcore, Al Raweith. I'll get that one right after 6 attempts. And the last one there was Branwell. Arabian Tail had to stave them off. One could think Sakara King, something beaten there. But you've got to give it to the winner. He has been able to get the job done for the Chopra family, and Tygo Shea. Sakara King tried very, very hard there. Had to get the momentum back twice down the straight, but it wasn't enough. And Arabian Tail picks up another win for Tygo Shea, and Bupat Seema now with 4.
Arabian Tail has found more against Sakara King, with Al Deja running on for 3rd. A race really marred by a horrible injury picked up by Attribution under Royston French. Hopefully all okay with him. The screens have gone up, and we will hope to bring you some good news at some point. The winner came into this unexposed. He's had battles before, but you just wondered when Sakara King was getting a nice trip through. He didn't have a particularly charmed trip through with the horrible incident with attribution going wrong. And Sakara King has had to fight, but has had every chance in the end. But Arabian Tail, we didn't know how good he was coming into this. He'd broken his maiden on the turf at Abu Dhabi against subsequent Dubai Racing Carnival winner Mount Tambora. He ran well enough behind Carib in week 16. Obviously that form has turned out to be pretty decent. There were a couple of potential stumbling blocks. How would he get on back on dirt, even if he had run quite well earlier in the Carnival in week 3 when he was third behind Never Show Weakness? But how was he going to navigate a passage from stall 12 as well? Well, he managed to do that, just that. He was sent forward. Tiger Shea used a little bit up to hopefully get him in a position so that he could fight on, but he's shown really admirable resolve in the finish. When asked for absolutely everything by Tiger Shea, he has responded in spades, and he looks at a very interesting contender going forward, especially when he's better drawn. He might have more improvement in him. Once again here at the Dubai Racing Carnival, it's Bhupat Seema and Tiger Shea's world, and we're just living in it. A fantastic display, and it's 4 on the night for the trainer.
Well, a winning horse comes back to scale in the Dubai Hills Estates. 6-8-11 N3, 6-8-11-3. Arabian Tail gets the win in 159.57. Tiger Shea picks up a treble. Bhupat Seema with a quartet. And the margins, 1.5 lengths by 5 1/4 lengths. 6-8-11-3, race number 6.
Well done. Thank you. Thanks for the good stuff.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Arabian Tail has taken our latest race, race 6 here at Meydan. It's a treble for Tiger Shea and a 4-timer for Bhupat Seema.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, he's lazy, you know. I got him. Oh, him and I will have a good sleep tonight. Yeah, but he was looking at himself at the screen, so he's a bit of a poser, which is good. Good job, lad. Yeah, hey, Brook Rider. Thanks very much, Thank you.
Go back. Go back.
For the 6th time this evening, I'll walk back with a jockey, and for the 3rd time, it is Tiger Shea. Arabian Tail proving dirt no problem. We didn't think he would be based on his form line with Never Show Weakness earlier in the Carnival, and he looked unexposed coming into this. I'm guessing he hasn't surprised you.
He's a little bit of an enigma. He goes through the motions at home. He just does enough. You know, he won a mile maiden around Abu Dhabi on the grass, and he ran well here on the turf. But his first run on dirt Richie actually rode him and he finished third to Never Show Weakness. They went on to win the next couple. So yeah, he was unexposed on the surface. You know, he's still learning his trade. He ran around a bit there the last half a furlong, had a good look around. So yeah, he's owned by lovely people there, and it's great to have a winner at Meydan. They didn't get to make it to Abu Dhabi, so they're here tonight, and yeah, he got the job done well for them.
He certainly did. Great to have a horse who likely has more left in the locker as well when he works it all out.
Yeah, he's pedigree as well. You know, it never lies, does it? It always comes to the fore, and you know, he's got a big pedigree, and you know, that'll possibly be him now for this season, and we put him away, and his owners and ourselves have a nice horse to look forward to next season.
What chance of a four-timer for yourself with Al Abed in our next?
Yeah, it'd be great. It's an open race. His owner, Nasser Asker, is having a tremendous season, so fantastic if that popped his head in front.
Best of luck. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 6. 6, 8, 11 and 3. Correct weight, race 6. Arabian Tail gets the win. 159.57, a length and a half by 5 1/4. Correct weight, race 6.
Time for the trophy presentation of our latest race. We welcome back to the stage Mr. Ahmed Al-Matroushi from the MR Group. Thank you once again, sir, for your continued support of this card. Great to have MR representing for the Dubai Racing Club and for Meydan itself. And what a win it was for Arabian Tail. Representing Winning Connections, Aman and Aisha Chopra and the family. A familiar face to many around these parts. Bhupat Seemar joins me now. 4 winners on the night. Amazing, but not surprising at the same time.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yeah, we came here with some good horses, with good chances, and you know yourself, it has to all work out for you. You know, jockeys are riding very well. Tigers had 3 winners, and Sandro had 1, and you know, our jockeys, the horses at the back were running well as well. So it's a massive team effort. I've got a great team at home that does a wonderful job, and you know, I get to take the prizes.
I think the one I think touched my heart particularly was seeing dear old Mezzo Tinto finally get his head in front.
Yeah, Mezzo Tinto's like an ATM machine. You know, every time you go, you get money out. So, you know, he's hit the board so many times, and it was brilliant to see that there's a new syndicate involved, and it's good to get a winner for them. He finally got a draw. He's usually drawn out in the car park.
Well, Syndicate's with the name of the game for the next one as well. Poster paint, the suited and booted Syndicate and Falcon Team Racing. Great to see.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Syndicate's a great way for expats to get involved into race, expats and locals actually, to get involved in racing. And we got such a grand, beautiful grandstand and some great racing. So it's a perfect way for a lot of people to get involved and enjoy a bit of racing.
I think the one we're going to remember most though is Guns and Glory. You must be very excited.
Yeah, Guns and Glories, he's a very exciting 3-year-old. Dr. Jim Hay paid a lot of money for him. I think he cost about €500,000. For, you know, he was in the sale in Dubai. So it's good to see that he put it all together today. His rider Jennifer, who rides him every day, is not an easy horse to ride, and he threw her off yesterday and she broke her leg. So, but she was here to support him, and it was great that he got it done.
What would you like to do with him now? Would you like to shoot for the stars, go for the big one on World Cup night?
Yes, absolutely. There's only one derby, you know, and you know, 3-year-olds are only 3-year-olds for so long in their life as well. So, yeah, we'd love to roll the dice, and if he can get an invite, and if he wanted, he could have won even more, better. You know, Tyke took care of him in the end. So, yeah, that'll be the place we would like to go. The owner wants to go there as well, so hopefully we can get an invite.
He took care of him, and he still decimated the opposition. A frightening thought. Well done on the winners so far. Maybe more to come.
Thank you very much. Please God, let's hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Thanks. For the 3rd time this evening, it is Faces at the Races. And I'm going to have to be extra loud so you people, you good people in the restaurant can hear me. Yes, madam, there you are on the screen. Your best smile, if you please. Waving. I love these restaurant ones. Everyone is very happy, very jolly, having a lovely meal and a potential to pay a bit of it back with 500 dirham up for grabs. So that side of the restaurant, excellent. This side, taking a slightly more reserved approach. There we go, big smiles everyone. You're on Faces at the Races, you're on the big screen. You're famous for a millisecond, and we might be zeroing in on some win. Oh, sir, you can't fold your arms. This is Faces at the Races. We have plenty of nice winners to go around, and there is the best one of the lot. You, madam, you won, yes, 500 dirhams. Concourse B is where you're going. As I say, my favourite place on the racecourse. It'll be yours too.
And we head back into the parade now for race number 7. It is our sprint down the straight for the evening. The nice field in the Dubai Creek Harbour, brought to you by EMA over the straight 6 here for 190,000 dirham. Let's have a look at a runner who we see on the quick backup. That is Batouan for Audrey de Vries and Nicola Corlery. He comes into this after running 9.75 lengths in behind Frost at Dawn. That was a Group 3 company. He drops back to a handicap here this evening. Number 2 is Koi Koi for George Bowie and Pat Cosgrave. He has been seen twice this season here at Meydan and drops back in distance here sharply. 1800 to 1400, back to 1200 here for the third start for his season and campaign here in the UAE. He's drawn a little sticky in 14, but if he makes his way down the center and finds the back of the right horse, he could be certainly a horse that could be contesting in the finish. Number 4 is our next runner, and that is Fatik, who comes into this as one of 4 runners for Michael Costa, the 5-year-old gelding by Bated Breath. Ben Cohen rides this horse. He's the first string runner here for the stable. Hasn't been seen since the 10th of November last season, so he's been freshened up. He's had 1 run at the start of the year and 1 run at the back. Hopefully this run and saving him up can prove to be a successful one. Number 5 is his stablemate, Calbarg. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride here in the white cap for Michael Costa. 2.75 lengths off Never Just a Dream on the home track last time out. He is yet to run down the straight, but was seen on the dirt here over 1400 2 starts ago in behind the Great Collection. Bit of an unknown in the race. Number 6 is Vespasian. He is the overseas international market favourite for the race. He was beaten at a short quote by Topper Bill last time to the races under William Buick. Doesn't join us here tonight. Patrick Dobbs takes the ride here as they head back out to 1200 metres. He hasn't contested this distance since Wolverhampton on the all-weather back in October of last year. Number 7 is Tan Maui, Charlie Bennett for Heather Main. My apologies. Number 8 we head to next, Al Arbad, Tygo Shea for Masaba Al Mahiri. He was 3rd in behind Vespasian and also Topper Bill last time to the races, and has been able to win over this track and distance so far this season, albeit it was a maiden victory. Number 9 is Le Juge. Richard Mullen will spot the orange cap here for Michael Costa. This 4-year-old colt by Showcasing has had 1 run at Meydan. That was over 1600 metres and heads down the straight for the first time. 11 is Zawaya, Jim Crowley for Bupat Sema. He's having a wonderful night tonight. Last seen him behind Never Just a Dream at Jebel Ali down the straight over this distance, but heads here back to Meydan and hopefully will be able to make his presence felt here in career start number 16. Mutamasik is number 12, the 8-year-old son of Dabawi. Royston French rides for Mohammed Ramadan, has been beaten a distance his last few. Number 13, Fast Uno, Julio Olajuara for Stud Crespi. Jose da Silva will ride. 2.75 lengths off Vespasian down the straight over 1,000 metres. Steps up in trip this time around. A UAE debut here for Mujdi, the son of Ifraj, who has had 2 runs, including a win at Kempton Park. That was on the all-weather in a novice over 1,400 metres. A bit of an unknown down the straight on the grass. Number 15 is Shandiga. Sam Hitchcock will ride for Doug Watson. He has raced already down the straight, 2.75 lengths in behind Great Truth, and that was in February, early February under Pat Dobbs. Hopefully we'll see him improve off that performance, but has had some runs over this track and trip so far this season already. 16 is Zulu Chief. We'll see him come out a little late, and we'll be back with him very shortly. Let's have a look at our two remaining runners. Number 3, Ventura Rebel. He's been a little unlucky in his last couple of starts, including his run down the 1200 metres on the turf there in behind Mischief Magic. That was back in the 2nd of February. He returns to the straight here and drops significantly in class. With a bit of luck, he could find himself in the finish. And last but not least is 16 Zulu Chief. 1200 metres is about as far as he wants it distance-wise. So we'll see if he can find a conservative run here. Gabriel Maloon rides for Heather Main, who has multiple runners in the race. Number 10, Norbano. Marcelino Rodriguez claims for Ishmael Muhammad. Drawn in 13. Hasn't been good enough the last couple. And last but not least, Tan Maui. The other one here for Heather Main. Charlie Bennett will ride. Beaten 5.5 by McManaman over 1400 metres last starts. Heads back down the straight here. Last time out was beaten at distance, so would need to improve, but best of luck to Connections. That's our runners for the 7th event over the 1200 metres, and the runners head down the straight to the top of the lane for our 6 furlong dash for our 14th meeting.
We once again thank PHI Advertising for their kind sponsorship of the Best Turned Out. Ali Essa, the CEO, is on hand to present the winning groom, Rafiq Ahmed, with the Best Turned Out to number 5, Cal Barg. Well done, sir. 1,200 metres on the turf. The straight turf course and runners are arriving down. Some of the later ones into the paddock look like they've made their way down, which is good to see. One of them being Batwan, you'd recognise him anywhere. Striking great, back into handicap company. First time in a while. And the stumbling block might be the quick backup, just 6 days on from Emirates Super Saturday. Nicola Collery's wife and assistant trainer, Maureen Henry, also rides him in the mornings, was quoted as saying last Saturday the race was too fast and he didn't put his heart in it. He knew it was too tough. Well, here's hoping he doesn't find this too tough, because if the quick backup isn't too quick, he might be able to make an impact in here. I thought he was overs on the international markets. But I mean, it's a very, very open race. You've got plenty in here who might be able to make an impact. Very interesting to see Koi Koi back in trip. The way he faded over his 1400 suggested that he might, well, he's at least worth a go over it. And he could have more to offer for a yard that know how to win turf sprints around here, George Bowie. Once again, Michael Costa mob-handed in this race. Interesting, Ben Cohen chose Fartik, who is having just his second run on the turf. There's been big gaps between most of his runs. And clearly been showing up well at home if Ben is going to choose him. Stalled 12. He won over 1,400 metres when with Roger Veron in the UK back in 2022. I think big things were expected of him, as they usually are for one of these colours, ahead of his debut in week 1, but he struggled somewhat over 1,200 metres here on the dirt, and that was the first run for 15 months. I mean, he clearly needed it. Some of Michael's can defy lengthy layoffs, but I thought he very much needed it. Not being helped by slow away, got back in the field before staying on to be midfield. He has been off for 4 months since, which is a real question mark about exactly how are we just going back to square one, but being back on turf should suit. The one they have to aim at is Vespasian, who, while he does have a good level of form, I did just wonder if there might be an improver past him. I mean, what he's done over the 1,000 metres here entitles him to a very good shot in here. It just feels like there are others who might be able to make a similar kind of impact, potentially maybe even more. And while the trip shouldn't be any kind of problem, he does need to stick around for a bit longer than he had. And I didn't think there were many excuses behind Topper Bill last time when he was a beaten short price quote on the international markets not too long ago. I mean, his chance is clear. We know exactly where he's going to be in the run. He's probably going to be right up there. And let's see how he gets on. Tiger Shea in great form. Al Arbed takes on his old foe, Vespasian. And he just might have more to offer over this kind of trip. I mean, Tiger Shea in unbelievable form as it stands. It looks probably set to continue. If not here, then for the rest of the card. He's got some nice chances. I think that's pulled him 7 clear in the Jockeys' Championship under Connor Beasley, who hasn't got on the mark or hasn't got on the score sheet yet this evening. Very, very interesting to see how they get on. Very interesting to see the Costa horses and how they adapt to it. And we have got one of them just getting off the back. I think that might be number 14, Mujdi, Jonathan Castano-Mateus, on board in the black cap. And we will, hopefully, he'll be installed fairly quickly. He himself coming off a mammoth layoff, also running for Roger Varian, when last seen in winning form over 1,400 metres at Kempton Park. He draws the ace in stall 1. It's where you want to be in these sprint races by and large. There have been cases where it has been defied, but it's generally, as the filly Frost at Dawn showed in the Group 2 Nadal Sheba Sprint on Emirates Super Saturday, it's a pretty good place to be on that far rail if you can blaze a trail. So loading process coming up pretty quickly. It's going to be fast, it's going to be frenetic, it's good quick ground. Thankfully no rain has materialised as it currently stands, and we can have a good, clean, fair race over the straight 1,200 metres here at Meydan. Race 7 of 9, they're loading fairly quickly. There goes the old boy Batwan. Let's see how he gets on in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, loading up nice and quickly as well. Quite a few seasoned veterans amongst these who know the process and know what it's all about. So we should be underway very shortly. Fartik comes up. 1 of 4 for Michael Costa here. He still leads the premiership at this point in time, but his biggest challenger in Bhupat Seema has had 4 winners tonight, so he's certainly closed the gap. But a win down the straight here with one of his 4 runners would see him be able to just get back a little bit more of a break here. Only time will tell. Bernardo Pinheiro spots Sheikh Ahmed's colours here, along with Richard Mullen for Kalbarg and Lejuge. Wear the white and orange colours respectively. Koi Koi loads away. Plenty of yellow to keep your eyes on in the field. Here's Zawaya. Al Abed, one of the last ones up. We await the Heather Main duo, Zulu Chief and Tan Maui, comes up into 16. We go 1,200 metres. Batwan throws himself up in the gates, back down and racing. He jumped well. He's in the back half of the field, but jumped okay, Batwan. Good speed to the far side. Zulu Chief, Kalbarg, Mutamasik in the first 3. With Shandiga over on the far side group as well, Lejuge and also Mujdi. Down the centre, Fast Uno along with El Abed. Fartik gets in behind them along with Zawaya. Then came Ventura Rebel, Batwan. Norbano to the near side with Vespasian. Back in the field here as well, Maui. Koi Koi has to come past all of them as they make their way past the 700 metres. It's Kalbarg at good sections. Leading the way here down the straight from Zulu Chief Mutamasik. Over on the near side group, Fast Uno tracks into it with Al Abed, Fartik, Vespasian. Then came Zawaya. Batwan still with 5 to pick up. Koi Koi, Norbano, Maui with plenty to do. It's Kalbarg the leader narrowly. Al Abed, Shandiga working through. Vespasian now starting to lengthen here on the near side. Vespasian coming up to the outside here of Kalbarg. Also Al Abed. Fartik runs on. Vespasian with a break of 2 lengths here into the final, and as he hits the 16th pole, draws away here by 2 lengths, trying to run on to the late stages, Fartik, but Vespasian gets the job done. 1.5 lengths beats home Fartik, followed by Al Abed, Kalbarg and Zulu Chief. Then came Fast Uno, Norbano, Zawaya. Shandiga was the next over, crossing over there next with Batwan, Koi Koi, Tan Maui. Lejuge was one of the last ones over with Ventura Rebel, along with the last 2 to cross over, who were Mutamasik, along with Mujdi. International market favourite gets it, redeems himself after the performance last start. He wasn't disgraced by any means last time out, but beaten by Topper Bill. And he picks up another win down the straight here, Vespasian, for season 23-24, and caps off what has been a great season for him here. Raba Racing in the winner's circle tonight. Simon and Ed Crisford, and a great ride there by Pat Dobbs, who's taken the reins from William Buick tonight and is able to get Vespasian home. 6, 4, 8 and 5, those numbers across the line. 6, 4, 8 and 5. Vespasian a length on the line, beating home Fartik. 6, 4, 8 and 5.
Far too good for them in the end. Vespasian, step up to 1,200 has really seemingly been the making of him. He's been strong at the line. He tracked the pace, similar to how he'd been ridden over 1,000 when William Buick won on him earlier in the Carnival. And while it didn't work out last time, he did bring a solid level of form to the table. And he's just been too good for them in the end. And after what happened with King of Time earlier, didn't have a charmed run through closing and just missed out on Royal Dubai, you wouldn't begrudge Raba Racing and Simon and Ed Crisford a winner in the final week of the Dubai Racing Carnival, in the 14th and final fixture. It'll be interesting to see how they chart a course for him going forward, because he looks like he should have more to offer. Stall 15 posed an interesting question. I like how exactly Pat Dobbs has come to centre, has given him more of a chance to challenge and kept him going. Some credible runs in behind, but really they were just playing for places. Look at Pat Dobbs and his body language at this point. He hasn't gone for anything near close to what Vespasian is able to offer. And despite the fact he was drawn in 15, despite the fact he had to drop back and somewhat prove himself over this extra distance, yes, he had run and won well over the trip before, but it can be a different kettle of fish on this straight course. And Vespasian has passed his latest test with pretty flying colours. Mark of 92 at this point. He'll go up. You wonder if he'll still be eligible for those 100 ceiling rated handicaps still. And maybe this time next year we'll be seeing him back here. I'm sure we will, if all is well. Good to see him back in the winning thread. Another winner on the night to be a dual winner at the Dubai Racing Carnival this 2023-24 season.
And we welcome back our winner for the Dubai Creek Harbour over the 1200 metres. Brought to you by EMA, 6, 4, 8 and 5, your numbers. And Vespasian gets the win for Simon and Ed Crisford. Harbour Racing, 109.48 margins, a length by a neck. 6, 4, 8 and 5, race 7.
A 1,000 metres, 1,200 metres, he'll still win over it. Vespasian has won for the second time this Dubai Racing Carnival, ridden this time by Pat Dobbs. Clear-cut success in the end for Vespasian. Pat Dobbs weighing in, no stranger to doing this at Meydan. Many years worth of riding winners here at this point. That seemed fairly straightforward. We'll just wait for the gelding to make his way. Straightforward enough for you?
Yeah, I was very happy once I got a bit of cover because he travelled better. Probably went 150 yards too soon. He was in front long enough. But he's very consistent, tough and very straightforward. Now I'd say 6 is probably better than 5, trip-wise.
He seemed to hit the line really strongly, travelled into the race beautifully.
He did, yeah. As I said, I went too soon on him, to be fair. But the gap was there and I didn't want to close and lose a bit of momentum on me, so I got rolling a little bit earlier than I should have.
He's won impressively, that's off a mark of 92. You'd fancy he'd be unlucky, I think, to go up too much for that, to keep him in the sub-100 category?
Yeah, I'd say the better the race, the better he'd be. He travels so well, I don't think stepping up and grade would be a problem to him.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight has been given. Correct weight in race number 7, 6, 4, 8 and 5. Correct weight race 7. Vespasian, your winner in 109.48 margins, a length by a neck. 6, 4, 8, 5 correct weight.
Time for another trophy presentation on the night here at Meydan, the final meeting of the Dubai World Cup Carnival, Dubai Racing Carnival, final fixture. And Ahmed Al-Falasi from the Emir Group will be heading up now. Thank you, sir, for your support of this fine race. And what a fine winner as well, winning for the second time of the Dubai Racing Carnival over multiple distances now. First it was 1,000 meters earlier on in the Carnival, and now 1,200. It was Vespasian, and representing Winning Connections, co-trainer Ed Crisford.
And welcome back into the parade here for the penultimate event on the program. We do have 2 remaining races. This is our final event on the dirt over the 1400 metres. It is the Emar South, brought to you by Emar, over the 1400 for 175,000 dirham. Let's get through the field. Number 1, Desert Safari. Royston French for Salim bin Gadaya draws the car park in gate number 14. So we'll need some luck there, considering it is on the dirt surface. Has disappointed a little bit in his last couple of starts, but makes a return here to Meydan onto the dirt, a surface that he has done his best work at so far in his career. Next horse we have a look at is number 8, Triple Venture. Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash and Mr. Hamdan Hamash. He was 4th last time out over this track and trip, beaten 3 lengths by Assad Zabil. That was in an 80-100. He drops in class here, so this looks a little bit of an easier test. He will have to carry a little bit more weight though. Triple Venture is our number 8 in the event. We head now to number 2, Al Rad, for Ben Cohen and Michael Costa, off the rating of 84. 3 of our horses here are off the top rating of 84. Draws a middle alley, and we see him in the UAE for the first time. Last seen at Ascot in a handicap over 2,000 metres. All the racing has been turf and all weather so far, so the dirt is a slight question mark. Now he will go on the surface. An interesting runner. 3 is Resolute Man. Bernardo Pinheiro for Ahmed El Shamali. Beaten a distance last time out overseas. Another horse like Al Raed, who makes his way here to the UAE and has his first ever run in the jurisdiction in his 6th career start. 5 is Elusive Terry, who jumps in grade here from Meydan Company after winning at Jebel Ali over 1,200 metres on debut. He's lightly raced, but looks progressive and draws the ace here. A nice draw for his 2nd career start and Meydan debut. 6 is El Maroom for Richard Mullen, another one for Bupat Sima. Beaten a distance last time out in behind Mountbatten on the turf. His last 2 runs on the dirt here at Meydan, he has run in the money, and he returns to what the form suggests is his preferred surface. Patrick Dobbs will be looking to go back-to-back in the later part of the program with Naya, who was able to break the maiden tag in mid-February. He steps up in grade here, much like Elusive Terry, hoping to continue on his winning ways up against proven company. Al Muzin was something very impressive last time to the races 2 weeks ago, where he was able to do it on both ends, running slick sectionals early and also holding on and staving off Border Edge to go on and win, who he faces here once again this evening. They step up in distance, both of them, from 1,200 to 1,400 metres. So you'd say that he'll be looking to have a bit more of a conservative run early. Whether he's able to run those similar sectionals to what he did last start, many would say no. Number 10, Meydan. He was 4th, beaten 4 lengths in behind Al Muzin and Border Edge there last start, but returns back to 1,400, where he was 2 starts ago, coming to victory in a 56-75. This field, slightly tougher. A big field here for the Orange Army. Shanti Star, the first horse we look at, the 8-year-old Entire by Hard Spun. Omar Salas will ride here. He will spot the standard black cap. Would need to improve on recent runs. Hasn't been good enough here to be figuring on recent form. "12 is My Kind of Day. Draws out here for Luciano Emanuel Cabrera and has the white cap. Will need luck. Recent form hasn't been good enough. Same can be said here for Chief Scribe, who's coming into this as a non-winner. Jules Maubian will ride at the lightweight of 53.5 here for Elise Jean. 22 lengths was the margin last time out in a maiden over 1600, and comes up against proven winners here, so he's up against it. And Imprison will wear the green cap here for Oscar Chavez, the final runner here for Rashid Borsley, and arguably potentially their best runner of the three going off recent form. Last start at Jebel Ali was beaten 5 3/4 lengths by Home Spin, and comes here to a similar sort of field, a potential top 3, top 4 contender if he's able to back up last start. Last but not least will be Border Edge. He's yet to make his way out, so we'll see him very shortly.
Doug, dropping Nayar back 200 metres. What was the feeling behind that? Is it a good opportunity, or was there really you just wanted another run with him?
Well, we wanted to get one more run in him this year. There's limited times you can run over the correct trip, so seems in good form, and Meydan also. They're both in really good form and have been super consistent all year, so hopefully one of them can pull it out.
Meydan, almost everything needs to go correctly. Is that fair?
I just think he needs to get there. Like, we tried him back over 6 because he breaks so well from the gate, and probably that middle part of the race he got outpaced a little bit, but 7's the perfect trip for him, and probably the other guy wants to go a mile and maybe a little bit further in the future, but they're both in good form, and they've been really consistent for us this year.
I've got to ask you about Kabakan ahead of 3 weeks and a day this evening. How is he? How is his prep?
Everything's going well, and we're really looking forward to it. I wish it was next week, but you know, he's got to step it up and go in a different class this time. But he's done everything right at home and in his races, so keeping our fingers crossed.
Best of luck there, and best of luck here.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Take care. Cheers.
Great to hear from Doug Watson, who saddles up 2 runners here in the event. Let's have a look at our final horse in Border Edge, who was unfortunately defeated by Al Muzin there, but broke away from the remainder of the runners. And Tygo Shea and Bupat Seamer have been a dynamic combination so far this evening. Border Edge is the inclusion here for Michael and Niga Burke. That's our runners. They head to the post here for race number 8.
Race 8, our penultimate race and our penultimate best turned out of the evening. As you can see, number 9, Al Muzin, has been deemed to be the best turned out in the field. A field of nice looking types as well. Ali Essa, he's back for more. Where else would he be but presenting the best turned out to Mahendra Singh, groom of number 9, Al Muzin. Congratulations. There is my selection, and I think Pat Comerford's selection. For our penultimate race of 9, it's Border Edge. He's back over a trip he should be fully effective at if his course and distance win is anything to go on. And I think he's just fairly solid all the way. It's going to be very interesting to see how he gets on. Back up in trip, took on Almusin last time, had every chance to go past, but he just couldn't hold off Almusin, and that was a big run from him. Almusin, conversely, has to prove he can do it up in trip. Here's the X factor in the race, a really interesting contender. And it's for a jockey who's looking for his 3rd win of the evening. It is Michael Costa's El Raed, who's never raced in the UAE. He ran for Owen Burrows. Generally, Owen synonymous for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed's brother, the late His Highness Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum. He generally trained for him, but he has had a few for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed in recent years as well, and this was one of them. He won up to 2,000 metres on the turf in the UK. So it's an interesting call first up to put him 1,400 metres and on the dirt. How will he take to it? Well, it's anyone's guess, really. But clearly Michael Costa, a trainer who, well, if you go against him, you're likely going to get burnt in the long run. He's had plenty of success stories putting horses on the dirt who you might look at the profile and go, oh, really? But they do, especially in the home games at Jebel Ali, but it's happened a few times here as well this season. And if he takes to it, he's lightly raced, he should have more to offer, and it would be no surprise to see him involved. He's got a 238-day layoff to overcome. I mean, he is by Dubawi, the track's leading sire, so that would give you a lot of hope for transferring his form from the turf to the dirt. Number 7, Nayar, we heard from Doug Watson, who also has Meydan in here, and he was intimating that a mile or 1,600 metres probably suits him better, but sometimes you just got to run the horses when there are opportunities, so he feels like a more opportunity-based decision rather than something he'd really like. He showed great battling qualities last time over 1,600 metres in a race that Mezzo Tinto was back 3rd in, so he franked the form recently, very recently, earlier on the card in fact. I think he's versatile enough to drop back to 1,400. If he is to do that though, he's going to need to find a new lease of life. Elusive Terry, number 5, particularly interests me because we've only seen him once before. He's a perfect 1-for-1, ideal start at Jebel Ali for Bupat Simar. This is going to demand a bit more. Tiger Shade deserts him as well for Border Edge. No surprise, Border Edge, the form horse in here. And I thought from stall 5, he had a pretty good chance of at least going close. He's very consistent. Speaking of consistent, Triple Venture, amazing, amazing horse. 11 places from 15 starts on the dirt, 1 win here, and he probably will be competitive again. There's another horse who finds winning a bit difficult. That's Al Maroom, the 6-year-old mare. She's 1 from 20, but she can run a race as well if she gets the right setup. There's Nayar dropping back in trip. We'll see how he gets on with it in the company of Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. Penultimate event here, final race on dirt. On a race on dirt here for the Dubai Racing Carnival. Next time we'll see the dirt track is Dubai World Cup night in 3 weeks' time. Set to go here over the 1,400 metres. Starter likes them and sends them on their way. Triple Venture was fast away, anticipating the start deeper route, working up into it, coming across from the deep there, Al Muzzen, followed by Border Edge. He's up in the first few. Up in the wide spots there is My Kind of Day, and he's kept providing a few of these cover. Well, a few of them are actually obliged to and happy to sit out wider here. I speak of the likes of Resolute Man, who's very wide on the course, Desert Safari and El Maroom the same. Chief Scribe sits off the running rail along with Meydan. Then came next in running there was El Raed, followed there by Naya, who's 3rd to last, and the last 2 there in the running were Imprison and Shunty Star. But it is My Kind of Day who's had to do a double time out wide, He goes up to a narrow lead from Elusive Terry, El Muzzin, and Border Edge has got the drop on them in fourth. Pushed along now is Triple Venture from Meydan, Al Ra'id. Dropping away now was Desert Safari from Al Maroom, and Chief Scribe was best of the rest as they come into the lane. 400 metres left to go. Elusive Terry looking to make it 2 from 2. Al Muzzin the outside tries to lift. Border Edge sneaks up the running rail. Triple Venture next from Al Ra'id. It's Triple Venture though on the outside who's starting to level up. Al Ra'id needs a run here. Elusive Terry the leader here from Triple Venture. Elusive Terry finding some more here. Elusive Terry, the big boy, comes home late, draws away by 2 lengths, and Elusive Terry, that's a nice win, keeps his undefeated streak intact. Al Ra'id third, followed there by Triple Venture, then came Border Edge. Al Muzzin was next over, followed by Meydan, then came Al Maroom. Deeper out on the course there was Shanti Star. He took a route less travelled there in the late stages. Followed there next by Desert Safari, Chief Scribe. Naya was never into it, along with Shanti Star, My Kind of Day, Imprison, and the last one there home was Resolute Man. He could be a nice horse on the rise. That's 5 for Bupat Seema. And Elusive Terry goes 2 from 2. He's a 4-year-old colt that they've taken their time with. And that inside draw got him into a nice position tonight. Patrick Cosgrave's able to pick up a win here tonight. And a big congratulations there to Connections. A nice horse on the rise here, hopefully. Elusive Terry picking up his second career win in only a matter of starts. 5, 8, 2 and 4. Good run by Triple Venture. And Al Ra'id will have to settle for third. 5, 8, 2 and 4. Elusive Terry takes the penultimate.
Well, what a finish. So much to unpack from it. Border Edge, unlucky. Tiger Shade went for the brave man's route and the door slammed shut in his face by his stablemate, Elusive Terry. But he has had enough time to get back. Yes, his momentum was checked and it probably has cost him something. But he was still bang there if good enough. Take absolutely nothing away from Elusive Terry. Take nothing away from Al Ra'id, who is, you would imagine, going to come on a bundle for this, and I wouldn't mind seeing him over 1600. And Triple Venture, he just always does this, doesn't he? He ranged up. I thought when Border Edge had the door slam shut very shortly, the Triple Venture was in the perfect place under Connor Beasley. That's because he was. This is generally exactly what he does. Looking at it, Ben Cohen has not had a charmed run through either. He's had to switch back in and he's finished like a train. Up in trip for him. Border Edge, maybe just a bit of luck. He should be back winning soon. But Elusive Terry, and he's giving Connections an absolute thrill. Pat Cosgrave on the score sheet, and guess who the trainer is? It's Bupat Seema once again. That's 5 on the night from 8 races here at Meydan in the final week of the Dubai Racing Carnival. Looking back to a few of the others, Al Muzzin has, well, he was bang there. I just probably don't think he's seen it out, really. Having shown great tenacious form over 1200 last time. Elusive Terry, though, what fun he's going to be. He's with an excellent trainer who's shown this time and time again. He won probably only a modest Jebel Ali maiden on his debut, but he hacked up by 4 lengths on that occasion. And judging by his starting price on the international markets, it wasn't unexpected. The second Hubal Watan since made all to win back at Jebel Ali. And while this was going to demand much more, he's passed the test with flying colours. Pat Cosgrave on the score sheet in the final week of the Carnival as well. Pat, he's been riding winners here for many years at this point, and he's a dangerous foe when you're up against him. I really hope Triple Venture has another day. He's shown such great consistency. He's an absolute lock for the frame anytime you get him.
So our winning horse is about to return to the winner's circle here for race number 8 on the card. Race number 8, our penultimate event of the evening. The Amar South, brought to you by Imar.
local community with a global gateway. Over the 1,400 metres for 175,000 dirham. And your numbers, 5, 8, 2 and 4. Elusive Terry picks up Bupat Seema, a 5-timer on the night. 5, 8, 2 and 4. Winner's time, 124.95. Margins, 2 by a nose. And Pat Cosgrave on the board here at Meydan.
Elusive Terry has taken race 8. He remains unbeaten and he's a winner at Meydan for the first time. Welcome back, Elusive Terry and Pat Cosgrave.
The only ranchero win, actually. You questioned me, didn't you? No, I said it's I saw him fade, he went, oh, this is standard now. And it just came again. Really good, thank you. Well done.
Pat Cosgrave weighs in. Elusive Terry, a perfect 2 from 2. Debut effort was a really fair one, more than a fair one. He bolted up by 4 lengths. And he was seemingly going to have it tougher this evening against hardened handicappers, proper experienced individuals. But didn't he pass that with flying colours?
Yeah, you know, drawn 1, second start ever, first time in Meydan. You know, he was good. And then he sort of ran his race at the 300 and he was tough. He fought them all off and went away in the end. And look, it's something looks forward to for next year, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, the way he fought them off, given the horses around him, the ultra-consistent Triple Venture, Border Edge, El Ride, who look very promising, all of them have more experience than, but he's been able to kick on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up quite good horses. Yeah, I'm sure when he goes a mile, he'll be even better. It's a tough horse, tough first, you know, a novice jumping in the competitive handicap like that, and I was impressed. It can only improve, and as I say, when he goes to a mile, he'll be even better again. And I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps improving and going out at handicap level at some stage.
He's a big boy as well, isn't he?
He's a handsome, good-looking horse, and lovely horse to sit on. Got a good mind. I just said it, but he's got no flaws, and I think he's quite exciting.
He's in my tracker. Well done.
Well done. Thank you.
And correct weight has been given in race number 8. 5, 8, 2 and 4. Elusive Terry gets the win and is now undefeated after 2 starts. 124.95, margins 2 by a nose. 5, 8, 2 and 4, correct weight.
Time for our penultimate presentation of the evening. Once again, we welcome back Ahmed Al-Matrousi up to the stage. Thank you, sir. Once again, you've been great handing out the prizes all evening. And this one, I'm particularly looking forward to be honest, because it's great to see a youngish horse, or an unexposed one at least, in Elusive Terry, show that he can transfer the form to Jebel Ali, to Meydan, and take a Carnival handicap. Representing the winning connections, Diarmid Clohesy and Bhupat Seema. One more roll of the dice. It's the final faces at the races of the Dubai Racing Carnival 2024. Safi, well, I'd give it to Safi straight off. To be honest, there's a fair smile. And things are getting raucous over there. These people subscribe to the theory, don't be sad because it's over, smile because it happened. And let's see who will take the final prize. We've got some really eager horses. They're manhandling Saranga. Please don't injure our cameraman. It's all a bit of fun. And we'll see how much fun these people are. Oh, out of nowhere, a big smile. There are the teeth. You, madam, you've won the final faces at the races for 2024. You will be the final person to go to the rewards centre in Concourse B. And when you're done, please look up after you.
And welcome back here to the parade for the final race of the evening. It is the Arabian Ranchers, brought to you by EMA, over the 1400 metres on turf. Number 1, Andreas Vesalius, 5-year-old gelding by Caravaggio. Akbar Ashore does the training, and Richard Mullen will ride this runner here in the final event. Having start number 19 tonight, the one-time winner. Number 2, Jumeirah Bay, definitely a winning hope here. Comes in off the rating of 85, one of the equal highest rated horses here. 62 kilos. Pat Dobbs jumps on board here and returns to Meydan. Arguably the runs didn't appear at the right time. Beaten 6.25 lengths. The margins tell a different story to the placings. Could redeem himself here. Number 3, Katab, is another horse as well in that same category, a horse that has got to be given a lot of respect. So one to be, hopefully, we might see be running top 3 in this event. Last start, again, Abu Dhabi, a few of them didn't get the runs when they needed to. But if you go off previous starts, on his day, Katab is a definite winning chance here. Mount Tambora, same can be said for him, the son of Dark Angel. He won his maiden in incredible style and then was thrown in the deep end with a group performance, followed up by an 80 to 105. So he's dropped back significantly in class here tonight for his next career start, and this looks more up his alley. One that could certainly rise to the task here is Mount Tambora, on the proviso that the 1400 metre distance isn't too sharp for him. Silent Speech is the next horse we look at here. Another one off 85 for Javier Ziani. Hasn't been racing well enough here to be figuring, you'd say, going off previous starts, having been beaten by 18 lengths or more in his last 2 runs. Wild Tiger's the horse they have to beat, and plenty of people will be keeping their eyes peeled. Saeed bin Saror looking for that first win for the season and has a great chance here with Wild Tiger, who was narrowly defeated by Mountbatten last time to the races. Wild Tiger, our overseas international market favourite and short price select for the final race. Erasmo was only a short head away from Dionysian last time out to the races at Abu Dhabi. If he can replicate some of that form and bring it here to Meydan, he's got to be given a hope. 8, Papacito is a non-runner. We go to 9, Aj Diet, who broke the maiden tag 2 starts ago. And last time out here at Meydan was a little disappointing, going down 12 3/4 lengths. Going off the start to run two starts ago, could be worth a second chance. 10 is Aswan, beaten 2.5 there in that race behind Dionysian at Abu Dhabi, coming through that same form line. Arguably had every possible chance in the run, so would need to improve on that to be beating a few of these. Bay of Honor was in that same race. Some would say that he had his chance in the event, the son of Shamadal. He's drawn a little sticky here as well tonight, so he would need to be very good. Island Rule drops in class. He finds a more suitable race here. Last time out beaten 7 3/4 lengths in an 80 to 100. This looks better. Mystery Fox has got to improve on recent runs. Racing in this class has been beaten at distance his last couple. Not for me. $14, Many a Star would have been hoping the rain came. Whether or not 1400 metres is an ideal trip for him as well, it's probably on the back end of how far he wants it, but at the same time, he's had the 3 runs so far this season already. He'll be at peak fitness and ready to go for this, and Ardri de Vries jumps back on board. $15 is Imperial Ace for Royston French. Drops in class, but has been a bit plain his last couple. The Caribbean drops significantly in grade, but the draw is a concern. Out in 15 here, Charlie Bennett rides for Heather Main. Well, Harsim got too far back down the straight last start. He steps up in distance and heads round a bend this time. He could be a chance in this race if the runs come at the right time, but he's certainly not on his best behaviour here in the mounting yard, getting a little bit worked up. Well, that's our runners for race number 9. And they make their way out onto the course here for the final event of the evening.
For one final time, we thank PHI Advertising for their kind sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Awards. And the 9th and final one goes to Andreas Vesalius, who was turned out by groom Narpat Singh. Thank you very much to Narpat and Aliesa, the CEO, for the kind sponsorship of this event. Well, there is our favourite on the international markets, Wild Tiger. Unexposed, Tiger O'Shea looking for yet another winner on the night. He's gone close to getting the 4-timer up. And crucially as well, Syed bin Saror's horses have just started to come back into a bit of form. Real World, who looked in real trouble of going right backwards earlier in the season. Well, in Bahrain this afternoon, he won the Al Mathak Mile, the listed contest, and he is back to his best, something like his best. Wild Tiger, well, he's shown plenty already. He was off the mark over 1,000 metres back in the UK on his first start. And then, after a fair layoff, he overcame it, almost overcame it perfectly. He was second on his local debut, stepped right up to 1,600 metres. I think with natural improvement and natural fitness improvement as well, he should be going very close in this. And it would be a fairy tale almost for Saïd Bin Suroor to get his first winner of the Carnival in the final race of 2024. There's number 14, Many a Star. Adri de Vries riding for Jamie Osborne in the colours of Jim and Claire Bryce. And while he has performed with some credit on the dirt, it's not really a surface he's bred for, and turf is his game. He's back in it in a fairly winnable race. My only query was the distance. I thought he should be able to stay at okay. His best form in the UK arguably came on softer ground. I bet Connections were hoping that the heavens would have opened before now, but he should be fully effective on it as well. His mark's 82, he should be competitive. And I thought he has a sneaky chance in here. Number 1 right at the top of the handicap. The best turned out, Andreas Vesalius, Richie Mullen up for Akbar Ashur. 1 from 18, that win came with, when with Joseph O'Brien in Ireland, over 1,000 metres at Naas as a 2-year-old. He's placed twice from 6 starts in the UAE. The question mark I'd have about him is, you worry about him if he's going to be held up, he's going to be ridden for luck once again. That was the case last time when he was third behind McManaman in week 11 of the Dubai Racing Carnival. And he stayed on once the better position horses had already kicked on. He's once again drawn wide in 12, and it might be more of the same. I thought he could go close, but he'd need the right setup. What about number 17, who was misbehaving a little bit in the paddock, Hasim? Sandra Pava got it spot on poster paint earlier from the front. He's riding for Musaba Al-Maheri, and he's got the widest draw to overcome from stall 16. He comes here having had a decent enough season though. He won at Jebel Ali in early December. He beat a subsequent Dubai Racing Carnival winner in Watch My Six that day, who 6 days later won in week 3 off a mammoth layoff as well. And he was charging home last time over the straight 1,200 here. So at least he's in form. He just needs to show that he can overcome that wide berth. Let's have a look at a participant from the Orange Army. Is Rashid Borsley for Borsley Racing Syndicate. This is Erasmo, a 6-year-old gelding, and he has to overcome stall 14. He was a smart performer in France way back when as a 3-year-old, a Group 3 winner over 1,600 metres for André Fabre. He's not the same model these days, but he almost rolled back the years last time when just failing by a short head to reel in Dionysian at Abu Dhabi over 1,600 metres. That's a race that plenty of these are actually taken in. Dropping back in trip is the question for me. Is this going to be run to suit? And he'll probably drop in from 14, and I think he'll probably be ridden for some luck by Omar Salas, or you could see a scenario where he might go straight to the lead. We saw a Borsley horse earlier in the card try and blaze a trail. It didn't work out there. Maybe it'll work out here. We will see. Plenty of ifs and buts, but can Wild Tiger get Saïd Bin Suroor on the board in the final race of the 2024 Dubai Racing Carnival? Find out with our big race caller, Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Anthony. And yes, the racing pundits, I'm sure, will be hopefully trying to breathe a sigh of relief here in the final race to see both of the main trainers here for the Royal Blue picking up a winner this season. Real World getting the job done in Bahrain this afternoon. So it would be a nice old end if we were able to see Wild Tiger salute here under Tiger O'Shea, who's extending his lead further and further now in the Jockeys Premiership over Connor Beasley, who has been a worthy adversary through the season. It'll be interesting to see how many races Tig has ridden for Godolphin and for Saïd Bin Suroor over the years. He has been here for a long time. But I'm sure as a long-time servant of UAE racing, it would be an absolute thrill for Tig to be picking up Saïd Bin Suroor, one of the greatest names of UAE racing, a winner here. As we're
about to go. We're set and we are underway. Harsem was a stride slow, going back in the early stages with Island Rule. Andreas Versalius. Then came back in the field there as well was Mount Tambora, who has tacked onto the back of the field. The Caribbean shows good speed, goes up to lead in the early stages from Ajdiet in second. Erasmo was third. Now they've clumped up here in behind these leaders as well, and the speed's good. Harsem's really had to press the button, goes up, sits 3 deep outside Erasmo. From next in turn there, Many a Star trying to work through, followed by Mystery Fox, a half a length back to Imperial Ace, Wild Tiger, Silent Speech. Then Khartoum, followed there by Bay of Honor, Jumeirah Bay, Aswan, Harsim's third to last from Mount Tambora, and Island Rule has to come past all of them. So the Caribbean leads them at slick sectionals. Erasmo second, trying to get up to the eyeballs of the leader here. Ajdiet in behind them, looks for an out here under Ben Cohen, who's been riding very well here tonight and gets this horse every possible chance. Harsim out wide, tries to lengthen as well. Mystery Fox looks for a run. Many a Star there as well. Ajdiet hits the lead from Harsim. A few of these looking to close late here, but Ajdiet hits the afterburners here in the late stages. Harsim, Jumeirah Bay trying to close. Ajdiet, and Costa claws back one on Seema in the last. Gets home to win by about 3 lengths on the line. Jumeirah Bay was second. Third across there, Wild Tiger from Harsim, Many a Star. Then came Mount Tambora, followed by Aswan, Silent Speech, Andreas Versalius, Mystery Fox, Imperial Ace. Island Rule was next over. Then came Khartoum, followed there by Bay of Honor, and the Caribbean, one of the last ones home with Erasmo. Ajdiet. After the maiden 2 starts a go, some would have suggested you could put a line through last start. Well, that performance suggests that you can. Ajdiet has gone on to record a nice win. That's 3 for Cohen, and he's able to pick up 1 for the boss tonight as well, and get one in the royal colours here of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. 9, 2, 17 and 6 are our numbers. 9, 2, 17 and 6. Ajdiet gets a nice win here in the last event, and the margin's 2 by 1 1/4.
Ajdiet, turf debut, no problem. He just needed the gap. Ben Cohen riding out of his skin at this point with a lot of confidence. He got him in a perfect position from stall 4. He showed a bit of pace to sit just behind the leaders, and when the Caribbean started to falter, off he went. He still looks maybe a touch green when he was asked for his effort, but he bolted clear. And while the closes were coming, they haven't been able to get to it. Jumeirah Bay's run an absolute cracker. There'll be something for him. Hassim, if he doesn't, well, I mean, draw 16 was a tricky place for him to come from. Sandro Pava has produced him pretty perfectly. You'd like him to be a little bit calmer in the prelims. And Wild Tiger in the race itself, he was a bit keen. I think he'd have liked them to go a stride quicker to settle him down and really bring him into the race and leave something for the finishing kick. But he's run respectably well in 4th. And Many a Star as well. God, didn't he travel? He travelled brilliantly into it under Adrien de Vries, just faltering in the final 200 metres. But he's shown a new dimension to himself, and I wouldn't be going against him at 1400 again, for all that I think he is better over the 1200. But what about the winner? Well, it's been an in and out career so far. I think he's somewhat disappointed on his debut at Jebel Ali over 1,000 metres. It was low key, that was probably too sharp looking at it. A win back there over 1,400 metres, that was perfect. And then 1,600 metres here at Meydan last time on the dirt. It always saw him out the back, he was always behind. Now, dirt to turf as well can be an angle. My colleague back home, Angus McNay, swears by it. It can just G horses up, and it could just get them that little bit sharper. I think that might have been the case here. It's a limited sample size of horses that have gone straight off the dirt with such limited experience and straight onto the turf to great success. But if a trainer was going to do it, I'd say Michael Costa would have been fairly high on the list. What an evening for Ben Cohen, a treble on the night.
And the numbers there in the last: 9, 2, 17 and 6. 9, 2, 17 and 6. Ajdiet, your winner. Winner's time, 1:23.26. 9, 2, 17, 6.
Well, this is a familiar sight. Ben Cohen, once again, he gets a treble on Ash Diet, who is a winner at Meydan for the first time in our final race.
Thank you.
Treble for Ben Cohen on the night. Let's find out what he made of our final winner, Ash Diet. He's shown some versatility there.
Yeah, his track work at home on turf has been quite pleasing, so Michael said we try this tonight, but yeah, it definitely worked.
Was it always the plan to head forward from a low draw?
Yeah, well, I suppose the track is out, the rail is out a bit tonight. I had a nice draw, I didn't want to give it away, so listen, he pinged the gates and I was able to get box seats, so yeah, it worked out well.
The talent very much there. Are there still a few things for him to learn?
Yeah, definitely. Even he gets himself a bit unbalanced when you're going up through the gears, but I think he just needs to strengthen up and he'll be a nicer horse next year.
Engine very much there, the turbo kicked in.
Yeah, it's definitely there, and probably had a look around when he was in front. It's quite stary here, but yeah, he's a horse to look forward to for next year.
Very much looking forward to seeing him back. Well done.
Thank you.
We have come to the final presentation of the night, a race won impressively by Ashdiyat. We welcome Ahmed Al-Falazi to the stage, part of the MR Group. Thank you very much, sir, for your continued support of these fine events, and thank you for giving out a few prizes on the night as well. Well, it's a walk the winning trainer has done many times at this point. Plenty of Meydan winners this Dubai Racing Carnival, and it's another one for Michael Costa.
Correct weight, race 9, correct weight.
So that's it. The curtain falls down on the Dubai Racing Carnival for 23-24. We've gone out with a bang, I think.
We certainly have. It was a great meeting overall. I think we had a couple of really nice horses come out and get well-deserving victories, some nice progressive horses as well. I really love the win of Elusive Terry. I think he's a nice horse going forward. And everything that we heard from Pat Cosgrave after the race was, I'd say, positive signs. You know, he's been on many good horses out here over the journey, and I think he indicated that there was something special about him. He's a nice progressive type. I think from the race as well, for the premiership, Bhupat Seema getting multiple winners here tonight and having Michael Costa claw one back in the last just makes the race for the premiership a little bit more exciting.
It certainly does. Jockeys as well. I think Tiger Shea is now 7 clear after getting a treble on the night, and just in scintillating form. Guns and Glory. Wow, that was a career-defining performance. That's the trajectory we're now going to see him on.
You got to really be happy for John and Fitchery Hay. You know, their ability to be able to find these horses that just fit the mould of, you know, probably lower down in the handicaps, but look to be, you know, nice horses for the future that they can target feature races with here on the dirt over 1,900 metres. And John Hay mentioned it and hit the nail on the head for decent prize money as well. That's something that they can, you know, bring their horses out here and have that opportunity to be able to target that. And as you said, I think he's showing a bit of never show weakness about him as a nice progressive type going forward. Whether they press the button with him this year, who knows, but he looks a really nice horse going forward for not only next season, but the seasons following as well.
Well, I wanted to pose the question tentatively. Do you dare say UAE Derby? Sounds like they're signed, sealed and delivered. If they get the nomination, they're going.
I would too. I think the fact that we've got, you know, that break and we've got that extra week now as well, it makes it a much more gettable target. You know, it makes it a lot easier for these for trainers and for connections to make the decision to pull the trigger on a race like the UAE Derby. Now look, it didn't go well for Destructive. He didn't jump all too well, but at the end of the day, he beat him fair and square, and he did put a space on the rest of those, even though a few of them didn't get the most ideal runs. It was the manner in which he did it, the fact that he had extra gears and he was going away from them late, to suggest that I think he earns his place in the UAE Derby, and he's got to be considered a logical threat as well to some of our major contenders.
Yep, somewhat heading up the home challenge now. And we mentioned the Dubai World Cup, 3 weeks and a day. You'll be thick into the evening at this stage.
Yeah, we certainly will be. It's going to be a wonderful evening, isn't it, of racing, and we're going to see, you know, these horses who have all started to flock in over the last couple of weeks take to the track. I think we've said it before, and we'll say it again. It's a place where the world brings their best, and we all see all these form lines interact. We've got a bit of a curtain raiser in Saudi the other week of what we may be to expect in the Dubai World Cup, but it's more than the Dubai World Cup. We've got great depth all the way through the meeting, and from the Dubai World Cup to the Shima Classic to the Godolphin Mile to even the Alquoz down the straight, they're shaping up to be really nice races, very competitive races, and I don't think we've got an out-and-out, you know, straightforward winner in any of the races. We're getting races where we've got at least 3 or 4 contenders going head to head, and it's going to make for really exciting racing come March 30.
The Americans and the Japanese and some of the bigger Europeans will be in town, but it was great to finish off this meeting with the locals getting their names in lights one final time. It was Seema once again, it was Tiger Shea, just dominant all the way. Pat, thank you very much for all your contributions. I really enjoyed your calling tonight, and enjoy World Cup night.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Great to have you along for the meetings this year, and looking forward to joining you again on the broadcast next season.
It'll be around before you know it, but the small matter of the Dubai World Cup meeting on the 30th of March this year. See you then, and bye-bye.